Song for the Imps. How about a song for the Imps? There we go then. Come on, let's get some of the lads together. Let's have a go here. Okay, you're on. Come on, fellas. Get around a bit. Let's have a good go. Come on, then. Are you ready? Come on, you lot. Go on, then.
Oh, 'tis our delight for the red and white. The Imps are here to stay. Oh, 'tis our delight for the red and white. The Imps are here to stay. Lincoln City are the team, the Radiant is their name. Stinsel Bank is their home ground and football is their game. So come and cheer them on, you mad, support them all the way. Oh, 'tis our delight for the red and white. The Imps are here to stay. Oh, 'tis our...
Here we go. Transfer deadline day, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. We are fashionably late, as Tim Priestley says. We've done that on purpose. Apologies for the video that we've just shown. It's not a dog walk. There's no dog walking at all. We are yellow tied up and the full team are here to take you through deadline day, transfer deadline day. Now, it's ambitious. We're going to be on air for 4 hours. There's been no action at Lincoln City today. We are expecting some action. Who knows what it is? At the moment, I don't have any embargo. I've got my mobile phone right here. It's ready to go as soon as somebody at the club wants to give us a call. We're going to do some normal podcast stuff. We're going to do some transfer stuff. We're going to look at transfer windows gone by. We're going to look at League One transfers now. We're going to look at former Lincoln City players. And by the time we get Chris and Charlie on here, who can talk the hind legs off a donkey, I think we're going to be well past 11 o'clock. Well past 11 o'clock. Before we get going, I think it's fair to introduce everybody who's going to be part of tonight's show. And there's somebody who you might not see on screen quite as much as the others, but he is absolutely integral to what we're doing. He's doing the graphics that you see below. He's going to be pulling breaking news. He's going to be bringing things through. He's going to be keeping his finger on the pulse so that we don't have to. Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, please put your hands together for Ben Ward.
Hello, how are we doing, mate? You well?
I'm good. So are we all ready for this? Are you primed and ready to roll?
I've got my yellow tie on, so that's all I need to do, right? That's it.
That's it. Yeah, basically.
Cool.
And occasionally do this and go, I'm getting it through. Peter Odom-Wingy is on my drive. I think that's Peter. And no, sorry. And now my contact at the Bentley is calling, and Michael Bridges is not there.
No.
Yeah, it's quite ambitious, isn't it? We've not really tried anything like this before. We've got a lot of time to get through, so it's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. I've got sources of information all over my screen at the moment, and when we get something come through, we'll see something like that.
You've got sauce all over your screen, and
then we'll have No, not like that, you dirty.
I didn't mean that. I meant like ketchup.
Of course you did, Gary.
I said, I'm getting something through now. I said at the beginning of the show that I was hoping we'd get around 150 people watching at its peak. There's 156 people watching right now. Ben, I'm going to let you go and have a look at some of the comments. I'm going to bring the other two guys in, and then we'll have a look. Reckon
the club are holding back so Gaz and Ben get to spill the beans. Don't necessarily think that's the case, Jason. So.
I don't think that's the case either. Ben, I'm going to let you go back and look through some comments. I'll bring the other guys through for a quick chat, and then we'll go through some of the comments as well, just to get us started. So yeah. Ben's the man. He's on tech. We'll see you later. Okay, so next up, we're going to be doing some news headlines. So at 8 o'clock, we're going to do the headlines, just even if it's around League One. We're going to get some reaction from one of our pundits as well. So he's going to be dipping in and out. He's dipping in right now. It's Charlie Beeston. How you doing, sir?
I am really well. Really looking forward to this. Yeah, this is exciting, isn't it?
It is. And that's quite a nice yellow tie as well that you've got on there.
It is a very nice yellow tie, yes. I specifically went out today to get... I'm not fooling anyone with that, am I?
No. So we made the... I keep putting that in. It's not because I'm getting anything. It's because it keeps falling out my ears. Oh, breaking news. There we go. That's what we're going to be expecting tonight is breaking news as soon as something happens in our division. So Blackpool have signed Dan Sassy from Burnley for an undisclosed fee, whatever. So you're ready to go, Charlie. You're going to be doing news headlines and dipping in and out as well with comment, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. I hope so. I hope that's how the night's going to go. If not, we've got a problem.
Smashing. So we're going to drop Charlie off again now because we're going to try and do something close to a normal podcast. So Charlie will be back with us in about an hour. But it's good to see you, Charlie. Loosen that tie a little bit, mate. You look like you're sweating.
I can breathe at the minute. I might not be able to at 11 o'clock.
Thanks a lot, Charlie. Finally, and by the way, I saw Malcolm said, "Is that a green screen?" It is a green screen, and I might change this afterwards. I just thought it was fun. Feels a little bit like Sky Sports. So we've had Ben, we've had Charlie. Now it's time for my partner in crime for the first part of the show, which we're going to try and make it as much like a normal podcast as possible, unless some news breaks. He's got all manner of different names. Some people know him as the Sunday League Pep Guardiola. Last weekend, I knew him as General Lamming as he was playing war games on his kitchen table. You, ladies and gentlemen, will know him as Chris Talks a Lot Lamming. So Talks a Lot, how are we doing?
Hello. What an introduction that is. How are you?
I'm good, mate. Yeah, your tie looks suspiciously like Charlie's.
Funny that, isn't it?
Yeah. Isn't it just? Yeah. Is it good quality? Is it I don't know. I didn't see what they were when I ordered them, or is it kind of cheap?
I mean, it's a yellow tie, isn't it? So
yeah.
Highest quality. But I imagine we'll use it once a year from now on.
Yeah. Well, twice a year because there's 2 transfer windows.
That's absolutely right. Good point.
It is, isn't it? So I mean, if we're doing a normal podcast, this is where I'd welcome people and say, "How have you been? How have you been this week?"
I've been all right. You know what? Always at this point, we'd like to share some sort of funny story from the week, and I haven't really got anything this week. I've been a very busy boy at work. That's not very interesting, but I think you've got a funny story to share, haven't you?
Wow. 187 people watching, and I'm about to share this story. Okay, so first of all, before we do the story, let's have a look at some people who are on board. So we'll have some comments coming in just to see who's watching, who's amongst the 194 people. Craig Robertson, great guy, lives just up the road from me. He says, and it's live. And I'm assuming that's exactly what he said. Malcolm, how are we doing? Mr. Historian. Emily's on board. Nice to see you, Emily. Good evening. I mean, he's flying through these, isn't he? Yeah, you know what? I think it's a transfer deadline special, so I think that's the first comment to pick up on, really, isn't it? Hope we pick up 1 or 2 players. I mean, I do too for 4 hours live.
Yeah, we need something to talk about, don't we? You know what? I actually think 1 is fine. I would happily take 2. I'll take 3. But I genuinely think we absolutely need just a single addition. I think we need a midfielder, a central midfielder that's a bit of a ball player. But we'll get on to discuss this later, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so hi, Charlie. I hope you're well. All right, so my story then. Oh, Adam, how we doing, mate? You all right? Right. Ben, he's doing this on purpose, isn't he? Leslie says we're looking smart there. Yeah. I'm going to a quick peek behind the curtain. You say I'm looking smart, but actually, these are pajama bottoms.
I've made an half a job, I guess.
But have you got trousers on?
Yeah. Well, I've got black jeans. It's good enough, isn't it?
You are literally the only one, because I know that. Anyway, okay. So to start the podcast off this week, I had a hospital appointment. So I've been getting some ringing in my ears for 2 years. It's been banging on, man, for 2 years. And I got an appointment for about January the 15th, which was around the time Dad had his cancer operation. So I said, look, I'm going to have to cancel that, but I'll have another one. And within days, within probably hours, I got another appointment through for Monday, January the 29th. Happy days. So anyway, I turned up at the hospital 4:10 on Monday, and I stupidly didn't take my glasses in. I went in the main entrance, not accident and emergency. It was clinic 1. Couldn't read the signs. Then I had to go to clinic 2. It was a right faff, honestly, and I'm not good with stuff like that. So when he finally gets sat down in this little clinic, and all these people go, and people start coming and going again, excuse me, and eventually I'm just sat there on my own. And this nurse comes out and she looks at me. She's like, "And what's your name?" I'm like, "Gary Hutchinson." And she goes out. And then within 10 seconds, it was like a comedy show. Another girl comes out and goes, "Gary Hutchinson, please." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, brilliant." So I've been forgotten. So anyway, I go into the I go into the consultancy room and I sit down, and the guy is opposite me, the consultant, a nice guy, I'm sure. And he says to me, right, so talk me through your symptoms. I'm like, I've got a ringing in my ears. I said, it keeps me awake at night. You know, I can't hear it during the day when normal time, but like right now, sitting here talking to you guys, I can just hear it ringing away in the background. Right. He says, any bleeding? Oh, Jesus. You know what I'm thinking? Like 2 years, if I was bleeding, I'd probably no bleeding. Anyway, he goes, any discomfort when you're sitting down? I'm like, well, it's pretty much the same all the time. You know, it's always kind of like that. Okay, he said, so right, let's get your trousers off. And I was just, let's do what? Sorry. He goes, let's get your trousers off. I said, why are you taking my trousers off? He said, how else am I going to look at your hemorrhoids? And I'm like, I'm not here for my hemorrhoids. I'm here for a hearing test. And it turns out that I had a little case of the old Farmer Giles a year and a half ago, and I went to the doctor and it was cured. It was done, dusted and sorted. But they then booked me a hospital appointment, which coincidentally just kind of overran. So yeah, but it was just that moment when the doctor said, can you take your trousers off? And I thought, hey, I'll tell you what, if you'd been 5 years younger, honestly. So yeah, you haven't got a story to match that then, are you?
No, not at all. Nothing this week from me. I'm not even going to attempt to match that. Thing is, that's the second time I've heard that story, and it was just as funny the second time.
Well, I put it in the WhatsApp chat, didn't I? And the thing is, I think my dad's watching, and I haven't actually spoken to Dad this week. I did try ringing him earlier in the week, and so he doesn't know it, so he'll be finding that quite amusing. Look, people haven't tuned in to talk about my my brief encounter with a doctor who wasn't particularly dashing, to be honest. They've tuned in to talk about Lincoln City Football Club. And that's going to be really what we're going to try and focus on for certainly the first kind of hour or so. So we're going to do the normal podcast. We've got the Burton preview to look at. We're going to preview Burton, but normally we go through the news of the week. So I think the big news this week is Ben House returning to fitness. So there was, for those who haven't seen, there was a video that went on the Lincoln City YouTube channel, A Day in the Life of Ben House, where he was in and around the training centre, the PC. He was doing some strength work. He was out on the grass, and he said he's expecting, or he's hoping to be on the bench for Burton Albion. Now, we're here to talk about transfers at some point today, but having Ben House back after not having him from September, it's going to be a lot. It's going to feel a little bit like a new signing, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. I think it's easy to forget how influential Ben House has been for us over the last year or so, year and a half. He was a superb player. I seem to remember us debating in the last transfer window whether we were going to be able to hang on to him or not. And he's a huge player for us. And Michael Skubala was quite tentative in his response in regards to this in his interview yesterday, or today actually, wasn't it? He was saying it might be Burton, it might be the next one, and he's not able to start yet. I think it was fair enough for him to kind of try and dampen expectations a little bit, because the last thing we want to do is rush him back too soon after a long-term injury. But of all this time, we've had no strikers or no League One quality strikers available. We've now got 3, and it's just so refreshing, isn't it? And all 3 different strikers as well. They all offer something a little bit different. And I always like the saying horses for courses when it comes to opponents. You know, sometimes you need to play a player that suits one opponent that doesn't suit the other. I'm not a massive believer in you never change a winning team or a highly performing team. It's just you like players that can do different things, that can unlock different types of defences and cause problems in different ways. And we've got 3 now that all do different things. And it's going to be huge for us having Ben back. It really is.
Do you think that makes it difficult then to answer the question, which pairing should we go with? Because, as you say, it's horses for courses. You'd play perhaps Ben House where you want some more pressing and you're going to be playing a lot deeper when you want to be on the attack. Would it be Joe Taylor, Freddie Draper? I mean, would you have a preferred kind of pairing?
Freddie Draper to start 100% of the time. I love Freddie. I just think he's so unique in what he offers, and he's just such a nightmare for defenders. I think even though he's only played 2 or 3 games so far, we've already had a little glimpse of just what he can bring. And then I think certainly at the moment, while Ben's getting his fitness back, it's very much a case of it depends with Joe Taylor and Ben House. Because I think if we're trying to play against a team that's going to play a low block, that's going to kind of say, come and break us down, then there's someone that's a little bit cuter with the ball at his feet like Ben House, probably is the sort of player to go for when we're trying to get back into a game, or when we're trying to when the opposition is chasing a game, or when we're playing against a team that's coming on the attack against us, and there's going to be a little bit extra space to exploit, then Joe Taylor is perfect for that. So yeah, it's a nice problem to have in it for Mr. Skubala.
Yeah, I mean, I think from what's been said, I still don't think we're going to see Ben back regularly starting games for the club until March. But I don't think there's a particular rush for that. And a lot of people were saying as soon as he was kind of announced as fit or suggested he was fit, it was right, a loan spell for Jovan. Now, I've been hot and cold on Jovan all season. You know, there's sometimes where I've watched him and I'm like, this boy's got it. Do you know what I mean? He's big, he's quick. The away commentators, specifically Blackpool, were kind of saying, you know, he's going to be a good player. This guy, he's terrifying us. And then there's other times where he's come on and you just think, oh my lord, he's like a low budget Parlo one chop. It's all arms and legs and that sort of thing. But actually, I think over the last few weeks, particularly probably since the Barnsley game, his cameos have been getting a little bit better. And I wonder if he's one that's developing under Skubala. And I don't think particularly Ben House coming back to fitness means that we're going to be looking out alone in Jovan. I don't think in the next 4 hours or 3 hours and 40 minutes or whatever, we're going to be saying Jovan Makama signs for Southport on loan. Because I think, one, we're going to cover that period between Ben being fully fit or not. We don't want to take any risks. And secondly, because you said we've got 3 very different centre forwards, Jovan actually is a 4th very different centre forward.
Yeah, yes, that's a good point. And yeah, you said you've been hot and cold on Jovan. I think I've been more hot than cold. Completely understand his limitations. You know, I think it's easy to forget he's still just a young guy and he's still only a teenager. And I think because when these young kids are thrown into the limelight, thrown into the first team, when there's no other option, sometimes they're on a little bit of a hiding to nothing, and he's impressed in spells. The big game for me for Jovan was actually the Wolves under-21s game, because prior to that, I was of the opinion that he's not quite ready yet at all. And then he played against an under-21s team. You think, well, that's probably his sort of level, you know, his sort of age range as well. And he bullied him in that game. He looked a class above physically and kind of just technically as well. And then he obviously had a bit of a run in the team, a bit hot and cold, as you said, but particularly since Michael Skubala's come in and he's been kind of starting on the bench, but he's been coming off the bench. He's looked a bit of a threat off the bench, definitely. I still think a loan spell not necessarily is the best thing for Lincoln City, but it's definitely the best thing for Jovan at some point this season or some point soon, because he's the only one that hasn't really had that successful loan spell that's kind of been in and around the first team so far. But there's no point learning him out now. Well, Ben House is not fully fit. I think we need to get to the point where Ben is fully fit, make sure there's no relapse there whatsoever. And then if we have those kind of preferred 3, if you like, kind of rotating within 2 positions, then maybe come end of February, middle of March, National League sides can still sign players on loan. Jovan maybe goes out for the last few months of the season, depending on the situation in the club. I'm of the opinion that he could be an asset to Lincoln City right now still. Certainly off the bench, he's a nuisance, isn't he? He's a handful. But I probably still think that the best thing for Jovan would be a loan where he could play week in, week out.
I think interesting as well, Jeff Bag in the comments has said he'd like to see Moylan with Freddie on Saturday and bring Taylor on as an impact player. So actually here we are talking about our 3 strikers and where does Jovan fit in. But then we've got Jack Moylan, who, I think some people when he's come in have seen him as a midfielder, an attacking midfielder, kind of a 10 playing behind, which is where he was playing for a while for Shelbourne. And then obviously he shifted through to a centre forward. Where does he fit into that pattern?
Good question. I think the little bit we've seen of Jack, obviously in the Lincoln City shirt, he's primarily been playing up front. Though when he played on Saturday, he did come on in that dual 10 role when we changed shape and Mandroyu came on as well. So they were kind of in behind Draper at that point. In his interview, he said that he can play anywhere behind the front line. It's kind of his preferred, so like be left wing, right wing, or of course in the number 10 role. But he's clearly capable of playing up front. So yeah, we've kind of got 5 then, haven't we? We've got 5 players that can play in those front positions. For me, like I said, we've already seen much of Jack Moylan. It's really harsh to judge him so far, but I would probably put him in the Dylan Duffy category in terms of squad kind of placing at the moment, kind of squad hierarchy in terms of that would be a real threat off the bench. But there's probably someone ahead of him now that's maybe slightly more complete, maybe. So you think of Duffy, you've got Rico on the left-hand side, and then Duffy that's literally a like-for-like replacement that can play here and there, but also use him as a little bit of a mentor, maybe. And then Moylan, I think, can be a threat off the bench, but he has looked like the sort of player that's just like really eager to impress so far, but hasn't quite come off. Maybe been a little bit rash in some of his decision making. There's undoubted talent there, but yeah, for me, probably Moylan isn't quite, in my mind, not quite the level of starting yet. He's probably at a similar level in terms of squad as Jovan, to be honest. Whereas when fit, Ben House, Taylor, and also of course Freddie, probably all pretty much on a par.
Very good. So that's the injury news. Let's move on to talk about transfer bits and bobs, shall we? Because there's some stuff that we can pick up on that we would have picked up on the normal pod anyway, not with it being transfer day. Oh, by the way, we've got a question there from Dara, which I think we'll pick up on that because we're going to try and be reactive as well and pick up on questions. So Dara says, do you reckon we could use Dylan Duffy as a left wing back? Now, he's obviously played left wing back for us on a couple of times. I think a little bit naive, perhaps defensively, but certainly going forward, he has the right qualities. You could almost ask the same question really about Rico Hackett as well, because when Rico came, the Portsmouth fans were saying he's not a left wing back positionally, he's naive, he's not this and he's not that. And actually, based on Saturday alone, and it's one game, you can't base anything on one game. Chris Maguire had one good game for us, so you can't base it on anything. But he was not only an attacking threat, but he did really well defensively, and he did it in Mason Clark against Mason Clark, who, in my opinion, is one of the best attacking wide players at this level. So Rico can do it. There's no reason why Dylan Duffy can't. And if Portsmouth fans were saying that Rico can't do it and he struggled, then it could suggest that it's the coaching that he's receiving here that's better quality than it was at Portsmouth. The instructions are clearer. He's more clear on what he's going to do. If that's the case, then there's no reason why that won't also apply to Dylan Duffy. I really like Dylan Duffy. There's so much there that you can like. He's a little bit like Harry Anderson, I think, in that he's kind of a little bit strong. He's a little bit stocky. You can see why he would be picked up as a left back rather than as much as a left winger. Sorry, a left wing back. But he's also young, and he's also only just completed his first full season in English football. And he didn't come from the top end of Ireland. He came from UCD, who, correct me if I'm wrong, were pretty much rock bottom of the division. So he didn't come from a particularly brilliant team. And that's not meant to be disrespectful to Dublin. I mean, a team at the level who weren't doing particularly well. I'm not just saying University College of Dublin are rubbish. That's unfair. If you're from Dublin and you're watching this, my apologies. But I still think that Dylan is someone that right now we're seeing one thing, but in 2 years' time, I think we'll be seeing something completely different.
Yeah, I think to go back to Dara's original question, I think my short answer is, and it's not going to stay short, don't worry. That doesn't happen.
Never does it? It never does.
The short answer is, the short answer is, yeah, I think it can. But I think what's really interesting about our current system is the balance of how we set up really kind of negates some of the weaknesses that Dylan would have in that role, because Rico's obviously been starting in that role, but I think it's very much a like for like with Rico or Dylan in that role. So we've been kind of this hybrid between a 4-4-2 and a 3-5-2. Against Peterborough, it was primarily 3-5-2 for the majority of the game, but in the other two, we were primarily 4-4-2. And if you think of the 4-4-2 shape, Hackett and or Dylan Duffy would be in the left midfield role. And what happens in possession is that the right midfielder tucks in and pushes on, allowing Lass Sorensen to bomb really high and get inside the front line. But our left back in that four, Sean Rowan, tucks in to make that third centre back, which kind of just nullifies a little bit and protects the weakness of the more attacking left winger / wing back we've got in Hackett and Duffy. And I think Sean's biggest strength is he's really grown into his role, I think, recently. And his biggest strength is one-on-one defending. I think he's superb at his one-on-one defending. He hardly ever gets beaten in that regard. And particularly when we play our 4-4-2 shape, it's Sean that has to do that one-on-one defending against the attacking winger. Obviously, on Saturday, Rico did it because we were more of a back five in that game. But generally speaking, it's been Sean doing that role in terms of the marking the winger. So can Dylan Duffy play in that slightly more advanced role that Rico's playing? Can he play in that 4-4-2 out of possession role, maybe 3-5-2 in? Yeah, definitely. Could he have played wing back against Peterborough on Saturday and been asked to do the defensive job that Rico was asked to do right now? Probably not yet. But long term, I think that's definitely something he's more than capable of doing. I also think it's worth pointing out that in the friendly against Derby last week, he played right wing.
Fair enough. Very good. Just getting news. Yep. Lee Angol has not been seen at Sincil Bank. So breaking news, Lee Angol has not been seen at Sincil Bank. So there we go. We segue then into another player that's not going to be seen at Sincil Bank anymore, Mide Shodipo. Now, Mide is somebody that I wanted to talk about. He's actually secured a really, which feels like quite an unusual move. And here we go with one of my pronunciations. But he's moved to Portuguese second division side, CD Firenze, I believe it is. And somebody from Portugal will go, no, it's not that at all. It's a silent F and the E sounds like an X or whatever. I don't know. But so he's gone to the Portuguese second division. Now, I don't know an awful lot about the Portuguese second division. I do know in the rankings of European football that the German second division and the Swiss Premier League are both bigger than the Portuguese Premier League. So that gives you an idea in terms of attendances, etc. You know, it's an average-ish division. It's got Benfica B, etc. I'm quite surprised actually that that's a move that Mide's gone for. It wouldn't have surprised me to have seen him go to Scotland, because I think he could play in the Scottish Premier League. It wouldn't have surprised me to have seen him gone somewhere else in our division, because I think he never really got an opportunity at Lincoln this last time. You know, he didn't really fit what Michael Scabala was looking for. And Oakley Booth has gone to Portugal. We're going to come on to him as well in a little bit, but he's gone there today as well. So we'll pick up on Oakley Booth in a moment. But Mide Shodipo, Portugal, I mean, that's probably one of the more out there moves involving a Lincoln City player or former Lincoln City player this winter.
It certainly is. It certainly is. Yeah. Fair play. You know, you'd hope he's going to somewhere that he's going to play week in, week out. It's very much smells of an agent getting on the phone and trying to get a good deal for his player. The weather's going to be nice, you'd hope for him. But yeah, I don't know. Like you say, the level's difficult to really compare. So it's difficult to say whether it's a step up or step down. In terms of like attendances in that division, it's certainly a big step down, but it can be a platform to really push on. There's been other players that have gone into Portugal and really pushed on. There's one that comes to mind, I can't remember his flipping name, Marcus Edwards. I think it's Marcus. He went to, I think, Vitória Guimarães, up in the league above from Spurs, really talented player. But I think for an English player to go across to a non-Big Three or Big Four team in Portugal, we kind of think they're going across to obscurity. And the guy's really impressed, and he's got a big move. He's at Sporting now and is linked here, there, and everywhere with moves back to the Premier League. So, yeah, maybe it's a platform to kick on for him. But I agree with you. I think he's been super unlucky this time round. I really liked him last season, and I was quite pleased when we brought him back in under Mark Kennedy. Was it October? I think we signed him. Was it?
Yeah, that was, excuse me. Yeah.
And I thought he was just going to offer a little bit of something that we needed. He added something to the squad that we didn't really have at the time. But Mark Kennedy didn't play wingers, and he's a winger. and he never really got a fair crack. And I actually think he never let himself down when he played. I think whenever he got an opportunity to play, albeit fleeting, he impressed and he made things happen. I seem to think the amount of he put more crosses in than most people have per 90 and stats like that. So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see him go there and do really well, to be honest, and then maybe kind of push on again and come back on the back of with a decent move on the back of a good half season, maybe this time next year. So, yeah, but it was just an interesting one, isn't it? You don't expect someone to leave Lincoln City and go to the second tier of Portugal.
No, well, you don't expect Tashan Oakley-Booth to leave Lincoln City after the shameful performance he put in against Barnsley last season and go to a club in League One, but he did. So he got a contract with Blackpool. I don't think he's troubled their first team. It wouldn't take Mystic Meg to tell you that was going to be the case. And Tashan has now gone to Portugal. What really surprises me, I think, is he's gone to a Portuguese top flight side. And I'm hoping that Charlie will put in our private chat exactly where he's gone, because I cannot remember for the life of me where he's gone.
Down, guys.
Estrella, that's right.
Estrella de Amora, who are 14th in the top division.
I should have known that, because I remember looking at it thinking that's what I order in the Ivy Club is Estrella. So yeah, he's well, you were going to ask me about what I ordered. I was
going to ask if you still fancy having Estrella now after he's gone to play for him.
Well, do you know what? Seeing as the club aren't related to the BA, yes. Now that move really surprises me, because if you'd said which of those players is going to drop into, hang on, Imp's latest breaking news. So Liam Scully hints at 2 incomings on Radio Lincolnshire. So we'll park that. We'll come back to slating Tashan Oakley-Booth in a moment. So we've got some breaking news. Liam Scully hints at 2 incomings on Radio Lincolnshire. Obviously, we can't listen to this. We can't listen to Radio Lincolnshire. That's not what I've got in here. I've got my ABBA going in here, actually. So 2 incomings. There's no talk about whether they'd be permanents or loans or anything. But is that a surprise, Chris, for you?
No. I'll be honest, I expected 1 and like a maybe 2. And I also expect them both to be loans, to be honest with you. Unless like one of them's like a project player, like a Dylan Duffy or a Ben House, like when we signed them first time around, we don't know, do we? As long as one of them is a ball-playing central midfielder, I'm a happy man, to be honest. But it's good to know that there is definitely things going on behind the scenes. I think we was all hopeful that there was, but you never really know, do you? And so it's nice. It's nice to kind of have it kind of confirmed by someone in the know.
Well, John Davison, who's a patron, I believe, of the site as well, midfielder and project signing, he said. So whether that's confirmed, whether that's on Radio Lincolnshire, whether that's speculation, what does surprise me, if I'm honest, and if this is correct, which there's no reason to assume that any of this isn't, is that we haven't brought the pace in out wide that Michael Skubala mentioned in a post-match interview. Was it after Rico came on? I want to say against Wickham. And he said, you get that pace out wide, it scares teams. And we haven't signed that player. And by the looks of things, depending on who the project player is, but if he's a project player, the likelihood is a loan deal, of course, or something like that. I don't know whether I find that surprising, or do you think that's because potentially players that are coming back have kind of filled that? We've got Rico, Ted's doing really well. We can bring Danny Mandroya on. Ethan Hamilton will play further forward, especially if we bring in another midfielder. Is it just a case that we just don't have room for that type of player?
Yeah, maybe so. They're probably quite expensive as well. And also, I don't know if Michael Skubala did actually say that he was keen to bring another one of them in. I think he just was praising that it's nice to have that type of player in the team when Rico was available again. Don't get me wrong, I think you and I both like a tricky, pacey winger. So if one of them comes in, we'll all be happy as Larry. But I actually have to say, in our current, again, not going to boring everyone with tactics, but in our current system, having a really tricky, pacey, wide player on the right doesn't really suit how we're playing right now. On the left, it does. We've got that with Dylan Duffy and Rico Hackett. But on the right, we need to allow Lars Sorensen to bomb on really, really far and get on the front line. He's the one that's going to be keeping our width in that right side on the front line. So we need whoever's playing on that right side, whether it's the third kind of midfielder in a 3-5-2 or it's that right midfielder in a 4, that player needs to be someone that is comfortable drifting inside. So I just think if we've kind of settled on this system, because it would seem silly to rip it all up and start again at this stage of the season, it maybe just unbalance us a little bit in terms of our current setup. If we brought someone in of that ilk, wouldn't at all surprise me if we went big on trying to get that in the summer. But I think right now it's a central midfield role that is super important. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question. I don't know.
I think so. Let's go back to the central midfield role. We'll go back over to Turkey. And just for the record, obviously, we've got a lot of people who are speculating on certain names here. And the only thing that I'm really conscious of not doing is talking about names that are popping up in the chat. And then when we sign somebody and it's not one of those players, people find it a disappointment. And it's what I call the Danny Hilton, Lee Angol effect, because a couple of years ago, say a couple of years ago, Jesus, 6 years ago, 5 years ago, the transfer window in 2018. Wow. Doesn't time fly? Everybody was hoping that we were going to bring a striker in. There was loads of talk about it being Danny Hilton. It was massive. And at 11:15 that night, my phone goes, it's Danny Cowley. Gary, I'm going to need your help. You need to play down the Danny Hilton rumours. We're signing Lee Angol. Now, as it was, we won the league and Lee Angol came on twice as a substitute. But it has kind of become, therefore, a running joke that we wanted one thing and we got Lee Angol, whereas actually Lee Angol signing on loan did what he needed to do. He was there in case somebody got injured. Nobody got injured. So he didn't really play and he went home. So I don't want to start talking, and I'll say it for once, and that'll be it. But I keep seeing the name George Grant coming up in the chat. Look, the honest truth is, in my opinion, George Grant's not leaving Hearts. He scored at the weekend. They're challenging for a European place. He played in Europe at the beginning of the season. He's teeing up Lawrence Shankland, who for me is one of the most underrated strikers playing on the British Isles at the moment. George Grant ain't going to suddenly be coming down to us. I think wages, Hearts are probably going to be paying a little bit more than we're able to as well. So Richard, if I'm saying that we're not signing somebody, I don't know for sure. I genuinely don't. But I am going to put it right now. I'm going to say it right now. I'll put my house on the fact that we won't sign George Grant before the end of this broadcast. I don't really want to talk too much more about it. But Chris, do you agree?
I think that's very much wishful thinking, isn't it? Don't get me wrong. Would he fit in the role that we'd like him to be? Yeah, of course he would. But I just think he's out of our reach at the moment. You know, if he wasn't in the Hearts team and he was kind of on the bench and never getting a kick, you think maybe we've got half a chance. But he's playing. Why would he leave?
Somebody that I know we're not going to sign in central midfield. I'll go back to that segue. We parked it a minute ago, but we'll go back to that now. It's Tashan Oakley-Booth, because Tashan Oakley-Booth has moved to, and I know who's moved to, CD Estrella in Portugal. So there we go, research for you. Really surprises me. Look, we're going to talk later on about transfer window signings, and actually Charlie said something to me off air about winter window signings, and I said Luke Plange was our worst winter window signing, and he said Tashan Oakley-Booth, but we signed Tashan Oakley-Booth in the summer, so I don't know what Charlie's talking about there. But Tashan, he was a flop here. He flopped at Blackpool. I mean, Midday at least scored goals and had something to do here. I mean, Tashan, that performance that Tashan put in against Barnsley that night was shocking. So he's got a top flight move to Portugal. So he's going to be lining up against Porto and Benfica and Sporting Lisbon. I mean, I'm gobsmacked.
He's got a good agent, hasn't he? He's got a good agent, but it baffles me. It baffles me because what Tashan's done ever since he left Spurs is play at a level that's just a little bit too high for him. It's almost like he's wanted to kind of be at the highest level he can, rather than play at the highest level he can. You know what? I know what that feels like, because I was like that when I was half decent. I was always the second choice keeper at a level a bit higher than I should have been, rather than playing week in, week out a level or two below. And it feels to me like Tashan's kind of the same. He was never quite good enough, or never quite got himself into the Stoke team, and he didn't hit off here. You think, okay, he's going to go League Two, then he's going to play week in, week out, and he goes to Blackpool, never has a kick, and now he's got a move to the Portuguese top flight, where you can't imagine it. You can't imagine him being able to break into the team in a top flight team in Portugal. But who knows? It might the style of football there might suit his game, and he might really impress. But it would really surprise me. It would really surprise me if he didn't have a similar experience that he's had in his last two moves, to be honest.
He's the sort of player that you're going to see drifting now, and I've written about some on the Euro Football News website recently. You're going to see he's going to be like a season in Belgian second division, and then there's a season in the Dutch second division, and then he goes out and plays in Qatar for 6 months, and the next thing you know, he's playing midfield in Malaysia, and I think that's the way he's going. And you know what? I only really once saw what people saw in Tashan. And that was, I think he came on against Derby the night we won 2-0. I think he came on did Ted Bishop get injured? I mean, yeah, what was wet. So I think Ted was injured, and I think it was Ted. I might be wrong. And the Tashan came on, and he was excellent. Other than that, I thought he was, let's be honest, shite.
Yeah, I don't like to criticise players too much, but
no,
there was a flash here and there, and yeah, he really offered very little to Lincoln City. And like you say, that one performance he came on. And he'd been out the team for a little while, and he kind of just down tools, and he looked there's just a massive lack of attitude. And you compare that to Hakeem Adelakan's attitude after him being cast aside, arguably treated far worse than Tashan was. And he came back with his head held high. I think we all knew that Hakeem was never going to be a long-term solution for us, but when he was in the team and when he was called upon, he performed well with professionalism, and Tashan looked like he just down tools.
Yeah, he did in that game when he come on against Barnsley. I mean, there was the time where I always try and look for the positives around the negatives. And there was that moment where I think he just passed to a Barnsley player and then stood and watched it. And I just thought, you know what, you've gone, mate. You've gone. I don't mind paying my money and watching. I mean, sounds weird. I don't mind paying my money and watching a bad Lincoln City side if they're trying to be a good Lincoln City side. I don't mind watching bad players trying to be good players. And I'm going to be hugely, well, whether it's controversial or not, Jake Sheridan. Anyone that remembers Jake Sheridan, right? He wasn't technically gifted. He wasn't National League level. But I tell you something, every single second he was out on that pitch, he bled red and white, and he earned respect for that. And I don't mind I'd prefer not to watch play, but I don't mind watching a player like that, because you know that he's giving it everything. Tashan went out on that field against Barnsley. Again, bear in mind, off the top of my head, I think we drew 0-0, and we competed with a really, really good Barnsley side that were en route to finishing in the top 6, and we did it with 10 men for the last 15 minutes. And I can't ever forgive that. I can't ever forgive a complete lack of effort. And I think it's the first time I've ever genuinely felt like, and I didn't do it, felt like booing one of our own players, even after the win. One other player we need to talk about, I think, as well, who we were linked with, I believe probably got a little bit closer to signing than some of the names that have been floating around, and that's Shainan Mullen. Shainan Mullen. So he was the young lad from, correct me if I'm wrong, Dundalk?
Yep, that's right.
Potentially. Came over here, played in the Lincolnshire Senior Cup game against Boston United that we won 4-0, but fielded just a whole load of ineligible players and got kicked out of the competition for. Did well. As I understand it, he then came back for a week's trial. Now, that hasn't been confirmed by anybody. It hasn't been confirmed by the club, but there was a lot of talk of him being at the Derby game, had a week's trial with us. And then this week, and we keep talking about these bizarre moves. I never thought I'd do a Lincoln City podcast where we talk about Portugal and now Italy. But it looks like, I don't know if it's been confirmed, may or may not have been, but it looks like he signed for Torino, 5-time Italian champion.
It is confirmed, yeah. I can't believe it. And you know what? I don't know, we might have missed out on a good signing here, but if you're him and you've got the choice of moving to a Serie A club and getting to live in Turin, and I love Lincoln, but you compare that to moving and being let's be honest, a bench warmer or maybe a project player again at Lincoln City and living here in our winter, I think you can't really blame him, can you?
You can't. What I do think is interesting is that this could be pitched one of two ways. So if you are pro Jez George, right, it could be used to, or I say pro recruitment because Jez doesn't do it on his own, but Jez is the figurehead. So if you're pro Jez George, you could use this as, here's a player that we were close to signing. He's gone to Torino. Trey Hume was at the EPC. He was going to sign for us. And suddenly he's gone off to Sunderland and now he's absolutely smashing it. Brennan Johnson came in on loan. Part of the recruitment team have brought him in. He's in the Premier League. Morgan Rogers, Morgan Whittaker being linked with Lazio. Okay, some of them are loan players who haven't particularly succeeded. Others are ones that we've just narrowly missed out on who have gone on to much bigger and better things. But you could say that's really good from the recruitment team, is that we're spotting these players early on. Okay, we're not getting them all. On the other hand, you could then say, well, hang on, we're not getting them. It's all right spotting them. But do you know what I mean? You can walk down the high street. Like, I wouldn't do it now because I'm married. But you could walk down the high street and go, she's attractive. Well done, you've spotted her. But you're not going to end up sitting down in Nando's with her, are you, for some cheeky chicken? It's not going to happen. Really interested. If you're in the comments, I just want to see if you're pro or against Jez George. So if you're pro Jez George, I just want to see you put pro Jez. And if you're against Jez George, let's see no Jez. Personally, I like Jez.
Me too.
He's straight to the point. He doesn't suffer fools gladly. We did the live podcast with him, and I remember saying to him, did we get a sell-on fee for George Grant? And he went, yep. It's like, right, and look at that, pro. Well, we've got a certain type of viewer here, which
it would appear so. I have to say on Jez, like, I think he's not the most forward-facing in terms of fan-facing. That's not his role to be fan-facing, but I think that maybe makes it more difficult for us for some people to have that opinion, because we're fortunate. We have a slightly more informed opinion, don't we? Like, so you've spoken to loads. Charlie and I had an evening with him as part of the fan advisory board a couple of months ago, and it was fascinating. It was brilliant. He explained everything in such depth, and both Charlie and I left that meeting buzzing. By the way, it was brilliant. It was right up our street because it was just stats and scouting and brilliant stuff, but also just really affirmed in that the clubs just knows what they're doing, particularly Jez and his team just know what they're doing. They're so far ahead of the curve compared to lots of other clubs. Their biggest challenge is the fact they're trying to attract people to come to Lincoln City. We're Lincoln City fans. We love Lincoln City. But when you're trying to go against sign good players, bigger clubs want them. So how do you convince them to come here? I think, and that's why I think I'm pro Jez, because identifying talent is the hardest part of it. Because if you look at the stats, it's just numbers. How on earth do you try and get a pool of 1,000 players down to a pool of 10 that you can actually go and watch? That's a hard bit. And then you got to watch them. And how do you judge that? If we're identifying these players, I think that's a massive positive. And yeah, you know, if you miss out on a player who has goes on to do something really great, then you kind of think, well, we was on the right lines then. That's definitely my mentality with it, at least.
I really like this comment from Richard Cross. There's mistakes along the way, but then who doesn't? Every club makes recruitment mistakes. And a little bit later on this bumper 4-hour Stacey West transfer deadline day special, we're going to go through the last 6 winter windows and just look at what's gone right and what's gone wrong. And actually, while I was doing the research for it yesterday, it was surprising how little has gone wrong. In that you could look and go, right, James Brown, it didn't really work. But if Neil Erdley had got injured, James Brown would have worked. And it's very, very rare that we sign somebody in a winter window who you can then say is a failure or a flop. And now I think when you look at our general transfer business, since Jez came in, and I kind of referenced this, and I've only talking winter windows at this point, but it was really clear to see where Jez's influence first started, because the first 2 windows, I think, were pretty much before Jez. It was Danny and a recruitment team, and it was very much signing for the moment, not criticising that at all. So James Wilson, Tom Petley, Frecklington to get us over the line and for the early part of the following year. And then the next one was when we had the Lee Angle and the James Browns coming in on loan. And, you know, again, it was a very much get us over the line. Mark O'Hara, Danny Rowe, for instance. And then there was the 2019-20, which I think is when Jez first of all was a head of football, then director of football. Teo Eden, Anthony Scully. That was when we started getting project players, and we've done it more or less every window since. There's always been an eye a little bit on the future. Charlie Kendall, Ben House, Dylan Duffy. These are players that we didn't sign at the time in order for the next 6 months. We signed them with a view to them going on and on to be better players for the club in a year, 2 years, 3 years. And interestingly, you go to the summer window that gets absolutely slated, and that's the 2021 window. It gets slated. We signed Chris Maguire. One reason it gets slated. We signed Dan Lundaloo, who I maintain is a good footballer at this level, but it wasn't for the setup that we played. He came injured. We brought him back too quick. He got injured again. He never really settled. Was a bit of a flop. We signed Ted Bishop. He's a staple of our team now. We signed Lasse Sorensen. He's a fan favourite now. We signed Hakiba Delican, who, might not have done it for the club, but in terms of attitude, and bear in mind, sometimes you sign people as much as players. You can't fault Hakiba Delican's attitude. If every single player had Hax's attitude, but somebody else's ability, and I don't mean that rude to Hax, but do you know what I mean? Like, Hax's attitude with Sean Newton's ability, for instance, in my opinion, makes a top-end League One player. So, yeah, that's where I am on that.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong defence of Mr. Jez, George, but I can definitely get on board with it. I think I agree with you on Hax in regards to his attitude. I think that is definitely one, though, that we could put in the miss category. And it's also, I can't remember who it was, I think, was it Richard that said, sorry if it wasn't Richard, by the way, whoever asked that question. Okay, about, which mistakes have we made, and I think for me it's a case of, have you learnt from them? And I think what's important to point out with Hax is the club definitely have learnt from it. Again, we're fortunate to know that that's the case, but I think it's obvious because he was cast out a little bit. And what happened that summer is that was the summer transition from there'd been a wage cap, which allowed us to massively overachieve. Obviously, we got to the playoff final. We all know how great that was. But there was much more of a level playing field in League One that season than there has been arguably ever, to be honest, in terms of finances. So the summer after that, when all the big boys were able to go and spend all the money they've been saving up for last year, they were offering massive wages. And what happened is there's basically a financial league table that's put out every single season between clubs and of just wage bill, basically. So which club is spending the most on wages, all the way down to which club is spending the least. And what you'll often find is, as much as you always aim to try and overachieve, generally speaking, you're within a couple of places either side of that, of where you are in that table. And what we did that summer is we increased our budget. We spent more money than we were spending the year before, and we went down in that league table. And part of that was Hakiba Delican. We were paying Hakiba probably more than we've paid anyone from that previous kind of wage structure. But actually, overall, we've gone down in that overall league table. And I think we were kind of chasing, thinking, we were so close last time. Let's have one more good season, get a couple of key players in, and we can go again. We all know that didn't quite transpire. In fact, very much the opposite happened, and Hax was then a victim of circumstance. But then I think from that point, the club's gone, yeah, let's not do that again. Let's be a bit more sensible. Let's think a bit more about the long term and really start to do this step by step and gradually, which is where we are now. So yeah, I think mistakes have been made. I think it's a little bit silly to say that they haven't, but I think it's key to say that they've definitely been learned from. I think you can see that by the type of players that we're signing now compared to the type of players that we're signing then. We're not going to go after a Chris Maguire type player, even if it was someone of Chris Maguire's ability and a decent bloke. We're not going to get to sign a 33-year-old winger, I don't think, at any point.
It's funny you should say that, because I was led to believe that when we signed Hakeem Adelakan, we'd actually try and sign Danny Mayer, and we couldn't get him. I think he'd been at Plymouth. Had he been at Plymouth for that season? And yeah, I think we'd had a chat with him, but it was a tough transfer window. And we're talking winter windows, but that's very much one that gets slated. That I think it's also proves that you can't judge a transfer window the day that the window slams shut or gently closes in the breeze. However you choose to shut your transfer windows, you can't then judge it beyond that. Just blown away actually by the Pro Jez stuff, because if you go on social media, you would be led to believe that there's a lot of kind of anti-feeling towards Jez, whereas actually it probably just go to prove that you take a slice of a certain fan, a certain type of fan, or a certain opinion, and that opinion attracts people of a similar ilk, and it looks like that's a bulk of an opinion, whereas we've got 299 people watching, right? 300 people watching right now, and we probably had 2 or 3 anti-Jez, and fair enough, you're entitled to the opinion, absolutely entitled to your opinions, but I think for me it's actually a little bit not satisfying but comforting, because I believe in the football club. I believe in the people that are at football club. I believe in Liam. I believe in Jez. I believe in the board. That's almost a given. But when you can't criticise the board, which nobody really can they? We've had the accounts. We'd lose all this money, and they're pumping all this money. You can't criticise those people. So when things go wrong, you're looking for someone else to criticise, and it's that next level down. It's the Jez's and the Liams. Actually, they're really good people, and I won't embarrass Liam on here, but some of the stuff from January, people know my dad's not been particularly well. He's on the mend now, but Liam has been brilliant through that. Not for any reason other than because he cares. He doesn't want, he's just been superb. So I'm not saying any more about it. Look, we are nearly through the first hour, and we haven't done everything we said we were going to do.
We haven't even spoken about Burton yet. We've got a game to prep.
So we're going to talk about Burton Albion in just a moment. So what we'll do, we'll get Ben in a second. Don't bring yourself in for now, Ben. I can see you're eager and itching. We'll bring Ben in a second. He can introduce who he's spoken to. And then we're going to roll a video for you, which is about 5 minutes long. So it's the Burton preview. So please feel free to have a watch. If you want to go get a cup of tea, you can, because the whole video will be on YouTube tomorrow. But if you're settling down to this, 4 hours, Lincoln City Talk, you're already an hour in. It's well worth a watch. So Chris, I'll say goodbye to you for now, but we'll bring you, what we'll do is after we've done the Burton video, we'll bring Charlie in and we'll do the headlines, and then you and I'll go back over Burton. So thanks for that, Chris. I'm removing Chris because then it shows this brilliant studio that I'm in. We'll bring Ben in. How you enjoyed the first quarter of the show, mate?
It's been good, yeah. Been here, there and everywhere across bits of the internet, picking up news, confirming who's at the Bentley, who's not.
You've been learning a bit, have you? Learning who's in League One and who's in League Two and all that sort of stuff. Yeah? No, it's good. It's good. You do know that, just to let you know, the transfer window means that tomorrow people can't do transfers. So
yes, Gary, I'm aware of that. Yes.
So what I'll do is I'm going to drop out. I'll let you introduce Bert, and I'll run the VT, and we'll let these great people go for a wee and all that sort of stuff. So take it away.
Yeah, cool. So as usual, previews coming around every week, and earlier on in the season, got to speak to Dave Fletcher from Radio Derby before the home game, and Dave joined us once again this time round, and I started the conversation, or this part of the conversation, when I said to him, what would Burton's aims be for the end of the season? Are they going to be satisfied with survival, or are they going to be, hopefully finishing mid-table or above? So here is that.
I think it's to start looking upwards, and Saturday would be as good a place as any to start. I think Lincoln are 3 points better off than Burton at the moment, something like that. Anyway, and it shows how tight it is. I think I've got the table up here, and you look down, and yes, Reading have started to pick up a few points, but you do worry about Wickham and Port Vale, despite the fact that Wickham have got Besler, Barlett. Charlton look hopeless, but they've got a new manager. You worry about the new manager bounce. I'll know more about the problems that Charlton might pose after Saturday when I go and watch them. But then you look forward, and they're not far off being top half. So if they could finish middle to top half, Burton Albion, that would be an absolute triumph. I don't know if I said it in the last time we spoke, but the chairman came and spoke to us on pitch side before the home defeat to Derby County in the first game between the two sides at the Pirelli Stadium. And he said, look, we're a League Two side, currently in League One, having been in the Championship. Well, and this is no disrespect to Burton Albion, which is a really well-run club, I think they're a non-league side playing in the Football League. They are tiny. You take the away fans out, you're talking about 2,000 people go and watch regularly. He has tried and tried and tried to increase the size of the crowds, and it just isn't happening. Obviously, they'll come to watch a winning side, so that would help if they started winning a bit more and playing some perhaps more attractive football. But they're punching above their weight in League One. No question about it. And I would just like to see them stay in League One for the time being. Martin Patterson's just making his way in the game. It's his first number one position. Obviously, he was with Michael Duff at Barnsley and at Swansea, and he started his coaching career out in America. And he had a very good playing career as well, with 20-odd internationals for Northern Ireland, all the rest of it. But he's just starting out. So it would be nice for him if he wasn't, come the last 5 games of the season, thinking, blimey, we've got to win 3 of these, otherwise we're in all sorts of trouble. And I don't think it'll come to that, personally. I think he will sort things out, because you can see little incremental... I thought Cambridge were really good. I wasn't expecting them to be quite as good as they were, actually. But they couldn't get through. So if you can go away from home and get a 0-0 draw, the fans who go don't really mind that much. They'd perhaps like to see you win occasionally, but it's at home that's important. And that just puts a little bit more pressure on them, although they've already won under Patterson at home against Charlton. Mark Helm, who's a lovely little footballer, another former Manchester United player who they signed from Burnley in the last January transfer window, I think, was helped by a flick on from Hugill. So he's got himself a goal and an assist in his first 2 matches. So he's settling in nicely. And the fact that they've already won at home under Patterson doesn't mean that we're all asking the question, well, when are you going to win at home? Same with Hugill, got his goal, so nobody's saying, well, when's he going to score? Well, he's already scored. He's stuff, just really small stuff like that helps enormously, doesn't it? In players and management settling in at a new club, and he seems to be settling in quite nicely. The pair of them do.
Excellent stuff. Well, look, it's the preview. We always come to the end with the obvious question. So let's have your prediction, Dave, for Saturday.
I think Burton. Chances of getting 3 clean sheets in a row seem fairly unlikely, but the way they're playing, they might just do it. I think they'll win. I think they'll win 2-0 if they can keep your strikers quiet.
Well, it's
you might have to kick them.
Well, I do remember that we had a big discussion last time about referees and the standard of refereeing and where it was going at the time. So, we shan't get into that again because we'll be here all night. But I'm probably going to go the other way, and I'm going to say I'm fairly hopeful and confident of a 2-0 Lincoln win with the pace and the power that we have up front now, as you've alluded to. There we go. That was Dave, lovely chap, back on the Stacey West previewing the game ahead of Saturday. What do you think, Gaz?
Sorry, I was just listening for a little bit of news in my earpiece, and then I realised it's a headphone and it's just you coming through. So nothing. It was good. It was good. Thank you very much for the preview. But Ben, we've got to leave you now because it's 8 o'clock, and you know what that means. So Ben, thank you very much.
Bye.
Where do I click remove? There we go. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, it's 8 o'clock. It's our transfer deadline day special. And here with the headlines so far is Charlie Beeston.
Hello. Yes, here are the deadlines from today in League One. So Bolton Wanderers have they've been busy. They've brought in Caleb Taylor, centre back previously at Cheltenham, along with the signing of Aaron Collins, striker from Bristol Rovers. I'm almost certain he scored against us once or twice. Portsmouth have also brought in Owen Moxon from Carlisle, and Fleetwood have lost star striker Marriott. He's gone out to Wrexham, another player they're losing. Blackpool, well, they've brought in George Byers from Sheffield Wednesday on loan, but his contract's out in the summer, so who knows what his future holds. That could be a real good one for them to be able to sneak into the playoffs. Who knows? At Port Vale, they've brought in Alex Myton on loan, a player I'm almost certain we've been linked with before at certain points. Their loan business has been nothing short of sensational. Let's just not mention what's happened with the Reece William loans there, though. Going slightly down the league as well, Grimsby, they've brought in Curtis Thompson. Real good piece of experience for them, but obviously we're not going to praise Grimsby too much tonight. At Cambridge, they've brought in Macaulay Boone as well from Gillingham on loan. He's really proven goal scorer, but he struggled in the EFL this season particularly. At Oxford, they've brought in Owen Dale from Blackpool as well. I think that's a really good piece of business from them. There's a few more moves, but nothing really major currently happening. But in the next hour, I'll make sure to update you on all of the more recent moves.
Thank you very much, Charlie. So that famous former Lincoln City player, Macaulay Boone.
Yep.
For people who are a little bit older, the first thing that's going to be going through their mind now, and I am going to really show my age, and I'm going to get Charlie looking blankly at me, is, I hope Silver, you got me Lone Ranger. Anyway, no. In the comments, if anybody got that reference in the comments, bring it up. Bring it up. Okay, so we've got breaking news. Charlie, we'll leave you in for this, actually. So breaking news now. Liam Scully says a deal has been verbally agreed for a midfielder. So he said that on Radio Lincolnshire. So 8 o'clock, your headlines that Charlie's just given you, they've gone out a window. Verbally agreed a deal for a midfielder. What's your initial reaction to that without obviously knowing who it is? No, I don't know who it is.
No, without knowing who it is, I mean, that would be nice. But no, without knowing who it is, it's great because it just shows that we're progressing in what we're wanting to do for deadline day. Deals aren't always going to be done, finished and signed by midday. Things can sometimes go down to the wire. The fact we're moving forward with it, that's great. The last thing we want is to be stuck in a Bristol Rovers and Peterborough situation like what happened on deadline day in the summer, where they didn't get the paperwork in time for, it was Johnson Clark Harris in that transfer. Didn't get it in time by 11 o'clock. That's the last thing we want. So, again, just shows we're moving forward. That's exactly what we want. And hopefully it's somebody that's going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. That's like when, when someone says, what do you want for tea? And you go, something good. Sometimes it's something that's a little bit sour, undercooked and out of date. Look, Chris alluded to it, and we're going to bring Chris back in a second to comment on this as well. But, a central midfielder is what we need. When Ali Smith went out, lots of people were saying, well, we must have somebody coming in. We must have a replacement. And it often doesn't work like that. And actually, we saw that with Tom Hopper in the last window. If you remember correctly, if I remember correctly, we sold Tom Hopper to Colchester and a club insider gave me a call and said, we've rolled the dice because we know who we want. We're in for them. But they ain't going to come here while we've got a number 9 is a club captain because they don't think they're going to play. So if we sell him, we're saying, hey, come to us. And then you're taking a risk. I don't think that necessarily has happened with Alistair Smith. From what I understand, I don't think that it's necessarily a risk. I think we've been working on a he's a midfielder. We've been working on an experienced player. Marcus Cabala has alluded to having a player in mind for quite a while as well. And the midfield is probably a key position for it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's somebody that we know we need to bring in. I think it is a position where we are going to need to add more depth to. And there was, like I said, there was a lot of kind of comments as soon as Ali Smith went out, with it being before the Peterborough game of, we need him in this week. We didn't. We had one game between when he went out this time last week, or week and a day, I think it was last Wednesday, and today in terms of deadline day. We have plenty of time. We obviously use that time, and often moves happen a lot later in the January transfer window because clubs want to be able to settle on their team for the rest of the season before they start letting other players go for further up or down the pyramid as such. So it doesn't surprise me at all. Really, again, happy that it's hopefully somebody we're going to be able to get in, and hopefully they might be able to get. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, but this is an in joke, and I know Chris and Ben will laugh, but I've just got to say this. Wrong chat, Dad. So there we go. Some people will get that, some people won't get that. So sorry, Charlie. Sorry to cut you off, Charlie. I'm gonna dip you out now. We'll come back to you in a bit. So thank you for the headlines and for your insight. We'll bring Chris in. Chris got it. You got it, didn't you?
I did. Yes. Very much an
I
in
think
joke.
I told the story on. I think I told the story on the podcast actually.
You did.
As well. The wrong.
Yeah, I
did
think you
tell
did.
it on the,
I think you did.
the podcast as well. So, yeah, your thoughts. I mean, it's probably as we expected, but Liam Scully says a deal has been verbally agreed for a midfielder on Radio Lincolnshire.
Initial feeling is relief. To be honest, that's we all kind of discussed earlier what I think we needed and what we'd like to see come in. So the fact that it is that, or it seems that that's the case, then good news. Like I say, we don't know who it is. We don't know how long for, loan or permanent. I'm expecting a loan. Be interested to see whether it is this experienced player that Michael Skubala clearly wanted to bring into the squad, though, because that's pretty much the only thing he's been really verbal about in his press conferences about the transfer window. He just wanted to add a little bit of experience in. So it'd be interesting to see whether this is an experienced midfielder.
Yeah, and we talk about midfield these days, and back in the day, you were just a midfielder. So if you didn't play centre half and you didn't play up top, you were a midfielder. But now we have defensive midfielders, we have box-to-box midfielders, you have your 8s, you have your 10s, you have your wide midfielders. There's more midfielders than there are bleeding chocolates in a box of celebrations. So when we're talking about signing a central midfielder, Chris, in your opinion, what type of central midfielder are we looking for today?
Ball player that can play ahead of Ethan Arahan. I don't think we need someone that can play instead of Ethan Arahan. I think Hamilton can do it if, heaven forbid, Ethan Arahan gets an injury. I know. Can't think of anything worse than that. But I think we're covered in the kind of the more deeper role. I think what we need is someone sitting next to Ethan who is a bit of a ball player, but also has that potential to kind of drive slightly further forward. So again, in that similar shape that we're playing at the moment, Ethan is definitely that kind of pivot. He sits there and he is a single pivot, really, even though he's got players around him. He is a single pivot, where he was playing very much a double pivot in our kind of previous system under Mark Kennedy. And I think it's the one next to him that we need, someone that is going to play a bit higher up the pitch. Basically, another Ted Bishop style player that we can probably trust their fitness a little bit more. That's probably what I think we need. Someone that can do similar things to what Ted can do.
See, I'm going to talk a little bit about a player who we had a few seasons ago, who came in the winter window, Tom Pett. Because in my opinion, what we need is Tom Pett 2018-19 season. Because what he was able to do was play with facing goal, with the ball, facing goal, no problem. He could sit, and I know Pete, if Pete Summers is listening, he hates this. He could sit in the double sixes. Pete will say no such thing, only one shirt wears a 6. But defensive midfielder, CDM, double 6, 4s, whatever you want to call them, the midfielders just in front of the back 4, which we had with, for a while, there was Bridcut and Grant, or Bridcut and McGrandles used to play there as well. But Tom Pett used to do that alongside Michael O'Connor. But if we needed him to, he could play further up when you have the one holding midfielder, and he would play alongside like a Shea McCartan or something like that, or in this instance, somebody that can play alongside a Rahan. If we go with a flat back 3, 2 in front, the wingers are pushed forward, it looks almost like a 3-4-3, but with 2 tight strikers and then a kind of a 10 in behind, which would be a Hamilton. Or we can play as we did with that kind of, it's like a box attack we play, isn't it? With the 2 strikers and then the 2 midfielders, and they kind of shuffle in and out almost. I know I'm not quite as technically sounding as you. So I think we need a player that can play in both of those. And I think if we were to sign somebody who is a dedicated CDM 6-4 holding midfielder, whatever you want to call it, like, for instance, Charlie McCann, people are talking about, I think that would be a little bit of a fallacy, because then we would still be relying too much on Ted. I like Ted, but you can't rely on him, and that's not to his detriment. He's just more susceptible to injuries than most. And if he's out, can we trust Danny Mandroyu in that position? Probably not. I don't know. But I just think that they want somebody in the middle of that park who's 26, 27, 28, who's played League One football for 100, 150 games maybe, or played at a standard for that, who's going to come in and go, I can carry the club through a tough game, a tough 10 minutes, a tough 25-minute spell. I think that's probably what we need.
Yeah, someone with a little bit of know-how. Dark Arts gets branded around a little bit these days. I'm a big fan, to be honest. I think the best team in this league all around is Bolton. And Bolton are great on the ball, but they're bloody great at knowing how to win. And, you know, when you have a young team, you haven't quite learnt that yet. You know, it's because it's called the dark arts for a reason. It's because it's a little, you know, if it's spotted, it's against the rules of the game, but everyone does it. The teams that do it better win more games, generally speaking. And I think less so actually under Michael Skubala, but we've definitely been a little bit guilty of maybe been outplayed in that regard. Think about the amount of bookings we got earlier in the season for dissent, for example. I know that referees haven't clamped down on that quite as much now as they did earlier in the season, but you know, the smart teams, they wind the opposition up. They get the opposition booked. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm maybe going off on a bit of a tangent here, but I think it's probably as much about personality and it is about like technical ability. But I'd like to have someone who is just comfortable on the ball, because as good as Ethan Hamilton is, with him and Arahan playing next to each other really closely, you know, I don't think Ethan Hamilton's best attribute is his ball playing. It's his ball carrying and his pressing and his all action box to box. He's superb at that. But if you want someone just to put their foot on the ball, slow it down, to entice someone onto them, you know, we've only really got Ted in those slightly deeper roles that can do that. And like you say, you can't rely on Ted, sadly, because of his fitness issues. So for me, someone that does a similar job than Ted does, I'd be quite happy with that. Maybe not necessarily, doesn't need to be quite as silky as such, but someone that is comfortable on the ball, keep things moving quickly, ticking over in the centre of the park. That's what I'd like to see come in.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with that. I'm just looking at Mark Morris's comment when he talks about Bolton cheating sods, but Bolton are probably the best team we've played. I think they are. I don't think they're the best team we've played in terms of what like attack. I think Peterborough, they didn't show it, but I think when you look at Peterborough in full flow, and you and I watch quite a bit of League One football, as Charlie does, I think they're the best team. Are they the best team we've played? Possibly not. But Bolton are the best overall team. And I think I said it at the beginning of the season when we were talking about who may or may not go up, is Bolton have just got a bit of everything. Like, you give them the ball and sit off them and they'll attack you and they'll score. You have the ball and you invite them to come and get it and they'll come and get it. And, you know, when the ball's out of play, if they need to, they'll dig you under the armpit. They're like an 80s kind of footballer, aren't they? You know, they know the dark arts. They'll nip your hairs and they'll get you booked and they'll be on the floor and they'll buy red cards. And let's face it, they wound Danny Mandroya up to a point where he committed a stupid foul and then they won the game. And I'm not going to go back over that with Danny, but that was Bolton. The reaction of their bench was as much to blame for getting him sent off as the tackle. It was a red card tackle, but we saw who did we play the other day where there was a tackle and you and I looked at it and said that's a red card. Was it Peterborough or was it Derby? It was one of them. There was a tackle.
I remember we spoke about it.
You remember the chance?
Yeah,
it was on Ethan Arahan. I'm pretty sure it was Derby.
And it might have actually been Wickham.
Whichever, it's a red card.
Yeah,
but the bench wasn't there. If that's Bolton probably end up getting somebody sent off. So Nick Oxbury, do you know what? Before we just preview Burton,
because Paul Ward made a point of saying the referee was good not to send him off.
Yeah, he did. It was Derby. Nick Oxbury, is there anything on my phone? So I've got Charlie Beeston commenting on something. I've got confirmation that I've paid for Zoom this month, and £15.59 confirmation from my banking app, Nick. I don't know if that answers your question or not. I don't think so. And knowing Nick, he'll just ask the same question again in 15 or 20 minutes time, because if I went through my WhatsApp, it's all quiet, question mark all the way along. And eventually I just put, I'm going to mute you. So that's that. Right. So before the break, before the hour mark, we had the Burton Albion preview on. So we do have a game. You know, in fact, some teams are even playing right now, aren't they? I think Manchester United are playing now or something like that. But we've got a game on Saturday. It's Burton Albion away. We haven't won a league game. We haven't won a game since the 28th of November. Our winless streak goes back 10 games. Our undefeated streak goes back 3 games. We haven't conceded a goal in more than 180, 200 minutes of football. Burton Albion. Chris, you heard what I think it was Dave, wasn't it? Oh, God, isn't that bad? It was Dave, wasn't it? He had a great beard. Did you notice that? I looked at him and I'm like,
Did I notice that?
Yeah, is he's either one of the hairy bikers or he's in a Celtic punk band. Really liked Dave, and now I know his name. I'm just going to keep saying it again and again. So Dave from BBC Radio Derbyshire, do you think he had a fair assessment of the game? How do you see Saturday's encounter?
I think they're in a similar situation to us with a bit of a new manager bounce, aren't they? I think we're getting it a little bit late because Michael Skubala's had a bit of chance to get an element of his team and his style implemented on the team. But there's definitely some positivity around Burton at the moment. I can't help but feel we're the stronger team. You know, they're only 3 points behind us in the league. Like you say, you mentioned our winless run, but I've just come out of those last 2 games just so positive. And the big test, of course, is are we going to be able to break down a team that's going to be less kind of intent on winning the game, but better at home. So, you know, I don't know if this is that one. This is actually really interesting looking into this. Yeah, it is his. I don't know. I think he's a typical football fan, just like we are. Ben went with a Lincoln City win, and he went with a Burton Albion win. Yet the analysis from both sides was pretty much in agreement with each other. Yeah, we both picked different results.
You missed some of it as well, didn't you? Because you was at the toilet.
That's right. Yeah.
He just put
I heard the last bit, so I was commenting on the last bit. Thanks for putting me and throwing me under the bus there. Look at all this research I've done for Burton. And,
go into that then. We'll leave Dave. You missed Dave. You were too busy having a wee to talk to Dave. I missed Dave. I went to the loo as well. Yeah.
Oh, so that's why you asked me, is it? I did hear the last bit. I heard the first part and the last part.
Should have got Charlie in or Ben. Yeah. But anyway,
maybe Ben, considering he spoke to the guy.
So anyway, but everyone else has already seen it. So why don't we go to your notes, because they're bound to be fascinating.
Well, before we even talk about Burton like on the pitch, I think it's worth making a note of their signings, because they've had a busy transfer window. They've recently just signed Kyle Hudlin, who is a 6'10" centre forward from Huddersfield Town. Yeah, he came through the ranks just playing local park football near in Solihull, but not at Solihull Moors. I think it was Solihull United. Got spotted by Solihull Moors. Was a real threat in the National League. Got a move to Huddersfield B, I think it was initially, and had a loan recently at Wimbledon last season. I think scored a handful of goals, and hasn't had that much of an impact on the first team at Huddersfield this season. Has made, I think, 10 appearances this season. But they've just signed another big target man, the leading scorer from the Finnish Premier Division. So Kyle Hudden's gone to Burton. So he is just a real anomaly, really, real unique player to play against someone who, let's be honest, probably should be playing basketball. But he's obviously going to be a threat in the air. He's 6'10". Of course he is. So that's just going to be a real, just an interest, I suppose. But it's worth bearing in mind that they've basically just replaced their whole front line. So they've lost Cole Stockton, who's gone to Barrow, who was clearly a big signing in the summer. Think of all the clamour was for us to sign Cole Stockton in the summer from some of the fan base, and he's not done anything at Burton really, and he's gone on back down to League Two now. And they've moved on Josh Walker, Josh Gordon, and Lubala, who was they're all either left on loan or permanently. So you assume that was on Burton's terms, and also, I think their biggest threat when they played us at Central Bank was Quadro Barr, who has been recalled by Watford. So that's a good thing. But they've made 6 signings, and 4 of them are centre forwards. Kyle Hudlin, Joe Hugill, who scored at the weekend, a couple of young guys on loan, and also they've signed Jonathan Lecco from MK Dons.
I think he's got injured. I think he's got.
Oh, has he?
Fair enough. Reece Williams signed for Bolton. I don't think it's been confirmed. But Charlie was saying, I think he came on, got injured, or Ben was saying, and has almost gone back. It may even have been in Dave's piece. So,
okay, fair enough. And then Talaji Bow at left back. But I think what's really interesting here is that they've effectively replaced the whole front line, and that links in really interestingly with where they sit in the league in regards to chance creation. So they're only 3 points behind us in the league, but there's actually quite a big difference in regards to just the underlying numbers here. Now, what's also worth pointing out is that Burton have got a new gaffer. They've got Martin Patterson, who we Lincoln City supporters may remember from his days on loan at Grimsby, but primarily he had a storming season at Scunthorpe when they were in League One, when they were good once upon a time, and got his move, I think, to Burnley from there. And he hung around the Championship for a while. It's his first managerial role. He's been in the charge for 3 games. Most recent game, 0-0 away at Cambridge. They beat Charlton 2-0 at home, but who doesn't beat Charlton at the moment? And they also lost 3-2 away at Derby in their first game. So it's difficult to kind of analyse this specifically because it's a new manager. But as we know from our experience with a new manager, you can't change everything overnight. So I think some of these numbers that are worth sharing are still worth kind of bearing in mind here. So firstly, in all three of those last three games that they've played, their XG is anywhere near 1. In the last game,
1
against...
hour and 21 minutes.
That's a record.
First
obviously.
mention of XG.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Well done, us.
Carry on.
Me. So yeah, against Cambridge 0-0, Burton's XG 0.09. So that's like you got to play more than 10 games of football for them to score a goal. If you played that game 10 times over, it's still not guaranteed for them to score a goal. They actually have, since Stephen Mamoria was sacked on the 9th of December, they've only registered more than 1 XG once in the last 9 games. Chance creation is a challenge for them, hence why you'd expect that they've replaced their whole front line. But what's interesting, though, is that's about chance conversion. That doesn't tell us anything about chance creation. So, yeah, this is maybe a little bit guilty here of the age-old saying, if you can't score goals, sign a new striker, or is actually how does the ball get to the striker? Maybe it's about creating chances, so you don't know. But ultimately, in terms of goals this season, they are 19th, but in terms of expected goals, Burton are 24th in the league. So they have got the lowest XG in the league. We're 16th for that, by the way. They've conceded the 13th most goals, but their XG against is actually the 22nd worst. So they're actually the worst team XG-wise at scoring, and also the 3rd worst at conceding chances that could result in goals. Of course, the actual XG number, the actual goals compared to the XG don't necessarily align. They're overperforming in both elements, which you can take that to mean whatever you will. Normally, it means it'll even out at some point, but that probably is why they've made a change in the manager. But also things like possession is really shots per 90 is 24th. Shots against is the most in the whole league. They've only got the 7th. So they have the 7th most aerial duels in the league. So it suggests that they play reasonably direct. But they're actually only 19th best in terms of aerial success. So, and they're also 2nd bottom for smart passes, which is basically progressive passes that breaks a defensive line. And they're bottom.
You did have a lot of notes, didn't you? You weren't lying.
Yeah. Ultimately, though, in terms of what's so similar here, though, is how we were under Mark Kennedy, to be honest, in terms of the attacking metrics. But one thing that we always were able to back that up with was that we were fine defensively. And Burton actually are quite weak defensively here as well in terms of the underlying numbers. Now, of course, they've got a new manager. So, yeah, they've got a new manager, so you can't say that this is going to definitely continue. Expect that we're going to improve an element. But there's clearly some underlying issues here. What they have done in their last 3 games is play the exact same shape. They've had a back 3. They played, well, officially a back 4, but I'm sure you'll all remember us discussing when they played at Sincil Bank. And it was a flat back 6. It was a 6-3-1. There you go. Yeah, so actually, good news, Carl. Just seen your comment there. They're not going to be a 6-3-1 anymore because they're going to defend with a back 5. So even though that would normally feel like quite a lot, it's 1 fewer than last time. so that's a positive, isn't it, for us? But it worked, didn't it? Because they won 1-0 against us at Sincil Bank. So, yeah, in terms of how do I see this going, I think just purely from a Lincoln City fan's perspective, I'm feeling really positive moving forward after the last 2 games. And I really hope that we can continue that into this one. The underlying numbers give me a little bit of confidence in that if we can pin Burton back and kind of stop them getting out, then we're probably going to force something, because they do tend to concede a high amount of chances and a high amount of high quality chances. Not all those chances are taken. Obviously, that's not something we've been great at recently. So wouldn't it be great for us to get a win on the board and really start February with a real positive result?
Yeah, I think so. One player the only player I think they've signed that you didn't mention was Ola Adebomi from Crystal Palace. And he's one I'm actually really excited about. I've been watching him a little bit through the Real EFL website and bits like that. I think he could be a decent player. I think that he could be he could click. I think we're playing him at a good time because it's hard, I think, for players to click in their very first game. But looking at their signings, Yeah, okay, they're not. It's not outstanding. You don't look at their business and like you look at Port Vales and go, Jesus, they're doing well. And you look at who they've lost, and it looks like actually they've weakened themselves. But probably they're going for a more pragmatic approach. Stockton, Bar, Lubala, they were going, I think, more for names. Whereas Adebomi, Hugill, and the big boy that you said, Hoodlin, they're not going for the names. They're going for the type of player that they need to perform that job. And I think that's something Accrington always used to do really well. Accrington never signed names that anybody knew, but every year, up until they were relegated, of course, they were competitive. And I wonder if that's what we'll see. I personally think we need a win. And it's not a must-win game. If we go and we don't beat Burton, it's not. We've got 6 games now against teams below us in the table. It's not always easy. But you look at some of those teams, Fleetwood are coming up. I mean, they are on their arse. And somebody tipped them for promotion this season. I think it was Ben. I'm not sure. I think Ben tipped them for promotion. And so it's gone really badly. We've got them. They're selling players left, right, and centre. Jack Marriott, Josh Earl, they're going down and they're preparing to go down. So that I don't think will be as challenging. But you're playing the likes of Exeter and Charlton. They're teams with something to play for. So it can be tougher. So I think getting a win on the board here right now, which would put us, I believe, if I'm correct, onto 40 points. I think we're on 37, are we? On 30, something like that. But the win nudges us closer to that level. And I think if we can get somewhere around there, we might only be on 33, actually. I might have got ahead of myself a little bit there. And it just brings that run to an end. And I think this Lincoln City team, once we get a result, once we get a goal, I think that it will click. We've seen it with Freddie Draper. He's buzzing about. He's floating about. We've seen it with Joe Taylor, etc. I think we're on 35 points. So it puts on 38, Ben's just said. So thank you for that, Ben. You get to 38 points. You've got 5 games, teams below you. If you take another kind of 10, 12, you're slowly edging towards that 50 mark. And that's the magic number. Don't care what Della Sol told you. 50 is the magic number. It doesn't go quite as well in a lyric, but it is indeed. Okay, so that's Burton Albion. Let's just recap the news as we have it at the moment. If the graphics man will bring it up. So Liam Scully has confirmed we are expecting 2 incomings. So on this deadline day special, we do expect to still see 2 new faces at Lincoln City. I think it's been confirmed that one of those is likely to be an experienced player, and it looks like we're in a verbal agreement with a central midfielder, so an experienced central midfielder coming to Lincoln City. And then there's talk of a project player also coming in. So that's where we are at the moment. We haven't as yet reviewed the window. Chris, I'm going to give you a little bit of a breather, and I'm going to bring Charlie in because he's been sitting there waiting expectantly with all his little things. So you can go away and you won't miss anything here. I won't quiz you on it when you come back. So we'll hear from Chris again in a second. And we'll bring Charlie in just to discuss transfer business that we have done so far. So I'm going to go over, first of all, to you for the incomings, and I'll pick up on some of the outgoings. So far in this window, we've been, and I'm not talking about players being recalled, so we're not talking Freddie Draper. We've actually only brought in 2 players. And it doesn't feel like 6 weeks ago, we were talking with threadbare. We've got nothing on top. People were saying we need 5 or 6. We need this, we need that. We've brought in 2 players. We've recalled one. Yeah, we've got one back from injury, but we've actually signed 2 players. And people are sitting here now and in the comments, relatively happy if we only sign 1 more. So do you think that our incomings have been... I've already said, by the way, that you can't judge a transfer window. So I'm asking you a question you can't possibly answer. But to you, does it feel satisfactory?
Satisfactory, yes. Would I have preferred more? Also, yes. And I don't think that's necessarily me being greedy. It's so easy, isn't it, sometimes to sit there as a fan and say, oh, I'd love so much more. I'd love an extra striker. I'd love another centre-back, even though we don't probably need a player in those positions. You'd always kind of want more. I think at the start of the window, I wanted, obviously, another striker, which we got. When I say another, I meant at least another on top of Freddie being recalled. I would have also wanted a wide player or a number 10, depending on which position, what formation we're going to play further down the line. Potentially a midfielder. That was kind of dependent on what Ted's injury situation was going to be like for the following 6 months. And then as soon as Alistair Smith went out, for me, it was kind of definite that we needed another midfielder. I think, obviously, centre-back, we didn't really need one. And then potentially a fullback / wing back, depending on the formation that we were kind of going to go with going forward, whether that be a 4 at the back, which it sort of seems to have done, or a 3-4-3, 3-5-2, whatever kind of 3/5 back formation. I think goalkeeper, we didn't really need to make any moves unless somebody had moved on. So I think we're probably one short, if we are bringing in 2, probably one short in terms of what I would have started the window saying I would like, but I still think it's perfectly satisfactory with the business we've done.
Excellent. So we've got Nick Gilliver there saying we definitely need one more, especially in the middle with Smith gone and injury, and we're back to the problem we had earlier in the season, which I think is a fair point. I've seen Daz read. So I saw Ben was writing something, probably his memoirs or in his diary. Dear diary, age 13 and a half. Do we need more? I don't think we do. Just the likes of House and Monsper back. Definitely need an extra midfielder, says Daz. Yeah, and that's what we've got confirmed. It's going along the bottom of the screen. So we are eagerly waiting here for the extra midfielder. From my point of view, in terms of our incoming business, if you had said to me when you and I interviewed Harvey and we were sat in the Treaty of Commerce that day, if you'd said to me we will have only signed 2 players by January 31st, and one of those is Jack Moylan, who we already knew, I would have been incredibly disappointed. Hugely disappointed. Now, okay, yes, we need the central midfielder, but I don't feel that. That's partly because of the returning players. You get Rico back, you've suddenly got some, so like it feels quite dynamic, and you've got Ben House on his way back. He's not going to be impacting the team, I personally don't think, until sometime in March, but even so, we've got the numbers back. That's not what's changed for me. And it probably underlines a certain kind of misbelief, I think, that football fans have, that actually improvement is all about bringing new players in. We need to strengthen. We need to do this. We need to do that. The biggest improvement for me has been the fact that Michael Skubala has had time on the training ground. So he's got play. Okay, you get Freddie back. Brilliant. We've got bodies back. We've got a front line back. That was so desperately lacking, a front line. We know that. Look how we defended the last 2 games against Derby and Peterborough. Bodies on the line. I think Stacey West readers have put Alex Mitchell and Adam Jackson side by side, man of the match, one and the other, for 2 games. And that was in a kind of a hybrid back 3, back 4. So what I'm just going to do, just to talk over the rest of the things, I'm just getting something through in my ear at the moment. So I'm getting something through on WhatsApp on another screen. So I'm just going to drop out and have a quick look at that and bring Chris in, if that's okay, to keep talking about our incomings. So I'll bring Chris in and I will be back in just a moment.
Well, that's exciting.
We've been let loose again, mate.
Very exciting. Yes, we certainly have. And Gary's having to go on WhatsApp. So no point asking in the comments what it is that he's hearing, because he won't tell us yet, will he? Let's be honest.
Indeed. So, yeah, we'll all find out together. But yeah, in terms of this current transfer window, it's strange, isn't it? Because we've had quite a few outgoings, as Gary alluded to, well, one real increment we didn't know about, but in terms of new players entering the squad, 2 in Moylan and Taylor. I personally just think we look like a completely different team. I think it's just a combination of those 2 players plus a returning Freddie Draper, a returning Rico Hackett, and Michael Skubala having time on the training grounds. I probably disagree with you a little bit in regard to. I am actually pretty satisfied. Now we know that we're going to be signing a central midfielder as well. I think we've got everything that we need. We've clearly got players out of the door. I think that's also worth touching on, isn't it? Because the players leaving the club is just as significant as those coming in, because it not only does it pave way for them. I'm not saying that they're bad eggs, but if you're not playing, you're frustrated, aren't you? You want to go out and play. If you've got a squad of players, there's some real kind of competition for places, really healthy competition, and that's great. But if you've got a player that's never going to get a kick, well, that's never great. And I think getting the likes of Hacks out the door so we can play regular football, but also just feels a bit more permanent now. He always felt quite temporary, even when he was playing earlier in the season. Getting Jaden out, he's going to go and hopefully play some football at St Mirren, though he's got to try and dislodge Scott Tanzer to do that, which is interesting. And of course, Ali Smith, who has already had a really impressive start to his Colchester career. It just paves the way then for us to have kind of a slightly tighter knit squad, but with some real competition for places. So yeah, I actually am pretty satisfied, to be honest. Oh.
I'm back. I'm back. So, do we have breaking news on a Lincoln City transfer? I can tell you now, we don't.
How exciting!
It was my mum. No, it wasn't at all. It wasn't at all. So we're hoping that we might have some guests coming on at 9:30 from the club. So I'm going to wait and just firm that up and see if that happens. But we might have somebody from the club coming on to chat about the transfer window. So whether that would be somebody from the recruitment team, I do know who's been suggested. I don't want to say it just in case I'm not meant to or not. So we look like we're probably going to have a guest coming on, potentially 2 guests. And we're not talking about players here. Both of them are people that you know. But we may be looking at having somebody on to chat about, So that's good. That is potentially going to be around 9:30. Now that kind of changes our schedule a little bit. So we're going to have to drop in on the hop. Now, first of all, Daz Reed, yeah, a lot of people say that, mate, and don't mean it in the nicest possible way. So that's good. Mark Morris says potential live reveal. I don't think it's a live reveal. I get the impression it is more a kind of a glimpse behind the scenes. We'll see. I don't know. It's a live show. It's all happening. I'm not getting anything through on my ear. I'm just touching it for effect. So what I'd like to do, I'm going to dip out in just a second and just kind of firm up that. So we did have a feature, and it's something that the 2 boys either side of me will be able to talk about a little bit as well. It's the golden share. Now, this is news that's kind of crept out. It's just crept under the radar a little bit with the accounts and with the transfer window and with Skubala ball beginning to bloom, the green shoots of recovery. And whenever I think football supporters hear things like golden share, ownership, sometimes there's a little fog and there's, what's this? What's the golden share? It doesn't mean anything. We all remember Goal 2010. This is very, very different. This isn't something that the club have come up with. This isn't something that, you're just going to get a flyer in the program. You don't get a program anymore, a flyer in your team sheet. This is real. This is serious. This is something big. This is the future of football. And that's what the people behind the scenes and these 2 guys who are on the fan advisory board have been working on. So what I want to do now, we're at 9:20. We've got a short video which was circulated earlier by the club on YouTube and bits and bobs, which is IMS director David Lowes, who goes through a few bits. Apologies if you can hear my dog snoring. Let's hope my dog doesn't do that if we have any guests on later. So David Lowes is going to go through some bits, and then I'm just going to ask Charlie and Chris to, and I'm going to say brief, but let's face it, it's not going to be brief, with particularly, Sir Chats a lot next to us. So we're going to play the video, we're going to roll the VT, and then they're just going to take you through that, and then I shall pop back in about 10 minutes time, and hopefully I might have a little bit more information on our guests. So Ben, roll VT.
I'm David Lowes, board member for fan engagement. Lincoln City Football Club recently announced their 7 fan-led review commitments. And I'll talk you through more information about commitment number 3, the fans share. It's January, so the focus of the news coming out of the club is understandably the January transfer window, the ins and the outs as we develop the squad. And also the club accounts for 2022-23. Which have just been published. But we think there's a third piece of news that is very important also, and that is the creation of a golden share that the board proposes. The golden share to be called the Fans Share, and it will be hosted by the Red Imps Community Trust. This is not a mandatory of the independent regulator, but it is something the board believes is very important in representing the interests of the fans of the club. So what is the Fans Share? It's a single share in Lincoln City Football Club Company Limited. But it's a share that has special powers. Powers related to the veto of changes in relation to heritage items that are at the centre of the club's identity. And what are these heritage items? Firstly, any change to the name of the Stacey West stand. Secondly, any change of ownership of the stadium or relocation of the stadium outside of the Lincoln bypass. Thirdly, any change to the club name, the club crest, or the club colours. For the power of veto that the share holds, there has to be a democratic vote which will be conducted by the Red Imps Community Trust. On February the 8th, at the AGM, the shareholders of Lincoln City Football Club Company will vote on whether to incorporate this change into the company's Article of Association so that the fan share can be approved and established. We hope that the vote is approved, and we think that this will be a great way to represent fan interests and protect fan interests going forward.
Well, there we go. That is David Lowe's, our fan engagement director, kind of giving us all a bit of a brief update on the fan share, the golden share, as we're very much calling it. Now, Chris, obviously, the pair of us have been a part of the fan advisory board for, over 2 years now, is it? If I'm not mistaken. We've just hit the 2-year mark.
Yeah, we both joined at the same time, didn't we? Before we even knew each other.
I know, crazy. And
now look at this.
Well, this is it. Now we're just sat here with yellow ties talking about the fan advisory board on a deadline day special, just to excite everyone watching. And so, Chris, why don't you kind of give people a bit more of a kind of update on what the golden share is and how it's kind of got to this point?
Well, I think it's really significant, isn't it? It's got to this point through a long process. Like we haven't been directly involved, but we've been kind of kept up to date behind the scenes by the club. And it's great that it's kind of been formed. Ultimately, I think the way that Liam and David kind of put this across to us, to kind of explain it in simple terms, was it just protects the heritage of the club. So it protects things like what happened to Wimbledon, ultimately turning into MK Dons. It prevents things like when Cardiff City played in red for a couple of seasons, and the fans hated every second of that. It was just nothing. They were still called the Bluebirds, for goodness sake. So things like the crest, things like the name of the Stacey West stand, as David mentioned, moving the ground outside of the city boundaries, just anything that we would kind of say really defines Lincoln City as being Lincoln City. This share kind of protects that. So it's kind of irrelevant who comes in. If we get a gazillionaire owner coming in, they're still going to be able to change those things. So I think it's really significant. We're kind of ahead of the curve here, I think, a little bit in regard to fan-led review, because as David said, it's not a compulsory part to do it in the same way that we have, but I think the club have gone above and beyond here to try and protect us and give the fans a real say and to show that the value that we have. So yeah, I think we're allowed to say this, but the whole fan advisory board will just been 100% behind this all the way, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. It's really easy for people to kind of criticise what's happening on the pitch, and I get it. There have been times where I've criticised what's been happening on the pitch. I think you have to. That's just part of being a fan. But some of the off-the-field work, the behind-the-scenes work, the stuff that doesn't even involve what happens on the pitch. We're not talking recruitment here. We're not talking a change in head coach or anything like that. But some of the off-the-field kind of changes and progress that's being made at Lincoln is genuinely second to none. We're going to be the second EFL club, providing the golden share gets voted in at the AGM next Thursday night. We're only going to be the second EFL club in the country to kind of have one. And that's a major step forward for us. And we want to be one of those football clubs that the government and other sort of major organisations, FA and others like it, we want to be the sort of football club where they turn around and say, be more like Lincoln. Be more like Lincoln City's. I'm going to use the word model here, but I don't mean it in terms of the recruitment model. I mean it in terms of the off-the-field model, in terms of putting fans first and fan engagement. That's the sort of thing we want to do. We were part of a pilot program when it came to the safe standing we've put in the upper 7 block. That's the sort of thing that I think if we didn't have our reputation of putting fans first and doing all of the behind-the-scenes groundwork, we wouldn't have been given the opportunity to do things like that. So for me, every little step in achieving this works towards that bigger goal of being this better football club, both on the field and off the field, because it does all matter. It does all link, even when you maybe don't realise it does.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just super positive. And just seen Walter's popped a question here, really important question to ask. Is there a financial cost to the fans? No, there isn't at all. This is very much a gift from the board to the supporters to protect the club. Long after this board has left, is to make sure that whoever is in the next generation and the next generation protects the future of this football club, to ensure that the heritage of what Lincoln City stands for, who we are, the identity that we have, survives and continues and thrives. So yeah, it doesn't cost us a penny. Don't you worry.
Brilliant. Look, I hope that's given you guys a little bit more insight into the Golden Share watching on at home. And I do think it's really important. I mean, yes, I have changed my tie. I received criticism that this tie was not yellow enough. And that's because it's faded, because it's a tie I used to wear when I worked at a builder's merchants with a blue shirt. So it's at least kind of 10 years old. This is my wedding tie. Now, it is also, I don't know if Jack Mulhall is watching, but this is also of the yellow family, but it's of the mustard yellow family. So there we go. We have a lot of mustard yellow in the house. Fee likes all the Keeley and mustard yellow. Anyway, so that's the Golden Share. Look, thank you very much for that. I'm just going to look down our run. We were talking about the review of the window for the Imps so far. I think that we can probably park that now and go to talk about previous windows. So at this time, I am probably going to drop Charlie out again, if you're all right with that, Mr. Beeston. He looks heartbroken.
Well, what am I going to do? Say no?
I'll bring you back in for a little bit more of this discussion in a minute. It just genuinely with three people on it, you know, basically you can't see enough of me. So that's the end of Charlie. So we're talking previous windows now, because obviously the winter window is quite a crucial window. We normally go into it with kind of different ideas about what we want, about who we want to sign. So we've just done a little bit of kind of research, looked at who we've signed, who we haven't signed. Did you look over those notes, Mr. Lemming? No, brilliant. Charlie, did you look over those notes? I can't see him in the green room if he did or he didn't. Nod. Yeah, he did. Right. So, Chris, we'll say goodbye to you. We'll bring Charlie back. So
I get it. You use me when you need me. Not when you want me, but when you need me. I get it.
Well, it's better than not being used at all, Ben would say, who's sat there looking blank. But the thing is, some of the players we talk about, he won't remember played for Lincoln, will he? Like with Carl Woon. Well, so,
obviously.
Or Macaulay Boone. So we're talking about transfer windows, winter transfer windows. Now, there's this common misconception, I think, that the winter transfer window, one, is absolutely crucial to kind of future progression. It hasn't been up until very recently. So I'm just going to roll off some names and things like that, and then we can have a general discussion, Charlie. So forgive me if there is a player. There's a player, I think I've missed off one of them that I added back in. So my apologies for that. But we've got transfer window 27-18. So we're talking January 2018, 6 years ago. Inns, Lee Frecklington, James Wilson, Tom Pett on deadline day, Jordan Williams on loan, Scott Wharton on loan, Ryan Alsop on loan, Danny Rowe on loan. So loads of loans. Lee Frecklington, who was short term, good short term, but short term. James Wilson, who we were hoping was for the future, and it didn't happen. And Tom Pett. The only player who went out in that transfer window was Callum Howe, who I think went to Solihull Moors off the top of my head.
Yeah, is it York now, isn't he? If I'm not mistaken.
Possibly. You know, that was the sort of transfer window we used to have, and I think people were looking really for a striker in that transfer window, and obviously we didn't get it. We got Jordan Williams, and we got Danny Rowe. But that feels very much like a reaction transfer window, doesn't it?
It does, and it's something that I think was probably a little bit more common back then, obviously, than what it is now. That's the sort of transfer window where we were just looking for the very near future, and you know, we did get the playoffs in that season, so let's not pretend like it was a failure of a transfer window just because it didn't look long term. But I think that there had to be a shift if we wanted to progress up. When we were in the National League and League Two, with the board that we had, it was, I don't want to say easy, but it was easier than what it has been since we've come into League One to have a slightly larger budget. When you have a slightly larger budget in League Two and the National League, for example, you don't have to overachieve quite as much as we have to in League One at the minute to get into those kind of top 6 or top 7, if you like, in League Two, those kind of positions. So we could have had those sort of transfer windows and it was okay in the short term. It was fine. We were still not lagging behind others. But in terms of the long-term development, it wasn't something that we could necessarily facilitate over a longer period.
So just pick you up on that. You said we got to the playoffs, so it was okay. We went into the playoffs really short up top. I mean, we only had Ollie Palmer, Matt Reed and Matt Green. And I think it got to a point where eventually we just chucked all of them on the pitch when we went away and won at Coventry. We talk about Lincoln City needing a striker, and actually there are windows where that's not the case, and we're going to come on to that. But I'm going to disagree a little bit. I think that there was a slight failing in that transfer window, because I think had we signed another striker, because let's face it, Ollie Palmer, and people loved him, but he was hit and miss, wasn't he? And he was, Ollie Palmer only played for one person. He only played for Ollie Palmer. He didn't play for anybody else. He didn't play for Lincoln City. It was about him. So it was Matt Green and Matt Reed, and Reedy. Was he a 2-game-a-week man? And I don't know. I don't think that transfer window was as successful. Now, 2018-19 window. Sorry, Charlie, were you going to retort?
No. Go ahead.
Okay. So the 2018-19 window, outs, one Luque, and I've got Matt Green technically left, I think, earlier in December. I think he went to Salford, but they paid for him, and then he obviously can't sign for him until January the 1st. Ins, Kean Bolger, Matt Gilks on deadline day, Lee Angle on deadline day, Jordan Roberts, Danny Rowe, James Brown, Mark O'Hara. That's a transfer window where people were saying we desperately needed a striker because we got Lee Angle instead of Danny Hilton. That's a transfer window where we won the league with about 4 games to spare. That is the opposite of 2017-18 because people said we needed a striker, we got one and we didn't.
I think when you look at that transfer window on paper, looking back, I would argue that that's worse than the transfer window before in terms of the failings, personally. Because I look at some of those. I'm going to pick up Kean Bolger first of all, because I don't think he was good enough during his whole spell at Lincoln. Yeah, he played many minutes. And don't get me wrong, a lot of that is to do with the change in manager. There's definitely no denying that. But I don't think he was the player that we thought we were going to get when we first brought him in. Matt Gilks, great. I think he really helped us get over the line. And you look at some of the loan signings. I mean, yes, Danny Rowe brought goals and such, but I don't really know if it was perfect. Roberts and O'Hara, and obviously Angle. I'm not going to go down the Angle route because it's deadline day, and if I start talking about Angle, then everyone's going to suddenly just join in the stream and think we're signing him. But I think some of the loan players, they helped us get over the line, sure. But again, it was a little bit too short-sighted. And I think that was very much the issue with those transfer windows. Now, I said for the last transfer window, well, we got playoffs, so it was okay. And then you pulled me up on it. So now I'm going to go the opposite way and said we won the league, but it doesn't necessarily mean it was okay.
Why? Because we got to the playoffs and didn't get promoted. Had we signed a striker, we may have got promoted. We won the title with this. No, shush. We won the transfer. We won the title. We won the title with this team. Danny Rowe scored 4 goals in 17. Mark O'Hara played 17 games and bolstered the midfield. Had Neil Eardley got injured, James Brown was ready to step in. Had Matt Reed or John Akindi got injured, we'd got Lee Angle. Okay, they didn't play. Kean Bolger went on to play 50 games for the club, and Matt Gilks made crucial saves in the run-in to his winning the title. That transfer window got us over the line, and there is no similarity between that and the 2017-18 one.
How can you say that James Brown could have stepped in for Neil Eardley when we never saw James Brown play, so we don't quite know whether he would have been able to?
He was a right back. He was signed to cover at right back.
I'm just saying position for position, yes, but in terms of quality for quality, could we say that?
Okay, so if you don't sign James Brown and Neil Eardley gets injured, what happens?
But this is where the conversation about transfer windows in hindsight. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so, and I'm not disputing that, but what I'm saying is we don't quite know whether he would have been able to step in and still be able to fulfill the role to the level of Neil Eardley.
What you said was that this transfer window was weaker than the one before it. And yet the one before it, we were missing a striker that we then didn't have when we went to play Exeter, lacked a goal scorer enough and didn't get to the final. This one, we were covered in every eventuality. And we won the title.
We were. And you're making it a lot harder for me to try and dispute. But now I've dug myself a hole, so I have to try and dispute it.
I would say probably move on, because
let's move on to the next transfer window.
You dig deeper and deeper. We've got 5 minutes till 9 o'clock as well, so we'll try and we'll overrun, and we'll do the headlines maybe at 9:05. So the transfer window 2019-20. By the way, this transfer window, in my opinion, is one of the best winter transfer windows that Lincoln City have ever had. Really strong window in Zach Elbouzedi, Teo Eden, Max Melbourne, Tom Hopper, Akeem Himes, Charlie Andrews, deadline day. Anthony Scully, deadline day. Connor Coventry, TJ Omer, Liam Bridcut, loan and deadline day out. Bruno Andrade, Michael O'Connor, Harry Toffolo, John Akindi, Jordan Adebayo-Smith, Grant Smith, Ben Coker, the last 3 on loan. Big earners shifted out. Young talent coming in, 3 of which we sold for a profit. Zach Elbouzedi, Teo Eden, Anthony Scully. Tom Hopper was another sale eventually, so he earned us money as well. Strong transfer window, but had the season completed, would we have struggled against relegation?
I don't think we would have struggled against relegation, because I still think the players that we brought in had enough quality to be able to help us. And when I do the League One and the League Two podcasts over on the Real AFL, go check them out. We're just going to do a cheeky little plug in there. But when I sit there on those podcasts and we're talking about some of the teams that will get relegated, and for the record, I've actually said it over the past few weeks about Fleetwood, and I don't think that they would get relegated, because I still thought they had quality in the side to pull them out of the relegation zone and potentially even a relegation battle. I say the same about Doncaster Rovers in League Two. They're down near the bottom at the minute. There are still a few points clear of Sutton United and Forest Green Rovers, but I'm still arguing that they've got the sort of quality in the side to pull them out of a relegation battle, let alone the relegation zone. And I think that's what we would have had in that same season. I do definitely agree. It is one of the best seasons, like whether you look in hindsight or in sort of just that first, at the moment, in the moment, I thought it was one of the best transfer windows in terms of a winter transfer window we've had as well. I think if you just look at some of those players, obviously 1 or 2 still at the club. You look at TJ Omer, still at the club. Max Melbourne may not have necessarily gone on to bigger and better things, but was still a really good servant for the club. I mean, that goal away at Plymouth in the last minute will always be something that kind of jumps out at me. Teo Eden, for me, was the most underrated player in our playoff season under Michael Appleton. I thought he was absolutely outstanding. So for me, he's one of the best pickups out of this window as well. Connor Coventry on loan. Connor Coventry, okay, he's still playing in our leagues. He's just gone to Charlton Athletic. But he is a great player that's played European football with West Ham. John Jules again, still in our league, yes, with Derby County, but someone who was tipped so highly, and we managed to bring him in. And then Liam Bridcut. We know the quality of Liam Bridcut. Obviously, it didn't necessarily work out fully at us in terms of the injuries and such, but whenever he was on the pitch, he was always the best player on the pitch by a country mile. And then the outs as well, Bruno Andrade, I think it was the right sort of time to sell him. Michael O'Connor, if I'm not mistaken, Michael O'Connor, we sold him and then a month later ended up getting broken ribs and was out for 9 months. Harry Toffolo, obviously we now know that he's our record sale. So a great piece of business. John Akinde, we've got some money back for. And then Jordan Adebayo-Smith, who's now playing in the MLS. Grant Smith and Ben Coker, haven't necessarily gone on to bigger and better things, of course, but they're still great moves when you look at the whole ins and outs.
Wonderful stuff. Well, look, we're coming up on 9 o'clock. So what I'm going to do, Charlie, we're just going to take a little break from this and dip into the headlines, and then we'll bring Chris back in, I think, if that's all right. But we'll go straight to Charlie, who is probably not had a chance to prepare his headlines. For some headlines. Off you go, Charlie.
Well, there isn't actually too many headlines within the past hour, but there are certainly 1 or 2. Now, a couple of these are still rumours as well, but I think they're worth mentioning purely in lieu of actually many real signings. So Charlton Athletic are looked to be signing Harrogate fullback Kane Ramsey. Also, Sheffield Wednesday, now granted, yes, not in our league, but they are reportedly eyeing a late move for Ian Poveda, a player who has been linked with us a lot this window. I didn't think he would ever come to us, but it's one of those Leeds United links purely because of Michael Skibala. Another move is Bristol City have agreed a move to be signing Max Bird from Derby. Fantastic young midfielder there, but he's going to be loaned back to Derby for the rest of the season. And also Peterborough today re-signed Jed Steer. Now, if anyone has missed this this transfer, it's a bit of an interesting one. This is the second time they've technically signed him during the month of January, because they brought him in on a short-term deal, let him go yesterday, I believe, or maybe the day before, and have now brought him back. The wacky world of transfer deadline day. But that's really about it. There isn't too many headlines. So we'll see you at 10.
Brilliant. Thank you, Charlie. So we'll say goodbye to Charlie for a second. I'm going to bring Ben back in because Ben, yeah, that's it. Quick sit forward, Ben. Get yourself smart, because poor old Ben, he's been sat there the whole time in the back. He's going to adjust his tie. He's working hard. He's got a red face. Is it warm in your room, Ben?
It's really hot in this room. I've got the door open. I've got the window slightly open, but it is roasting in here. I've got my telly on Sky Sports News. I've got my computer on. I've got a big monitor on. I've taken my jacket off. It's warm.
So how are you finding the first deadline day live? I mean, you are the man with your finger on the pulse.
That's a worrying thought, isn't it? Yeah, it's good. Picking up, what we can. There's not been a huge amount over the past hour or so. I think that the most recent one that's related to our division is Saxon Early going to Wickham from Plymouth. But yeah, there's not a huge amount. Not a huge amount going on in the division at the minute. I expect that to change in the next 10-15 minutes or so as we've ticked past 9 o'clock. So yeah, interesting stuff.
You've not got Peter Odemwingie on your drive.
I have not got Peter Odemwingie on my drive.
You haven't got you've got Rachel saying, would you like me to turn the heating down?
Is it? Why is the heating on? Jesus Christ. No wonder I'm roasting.
Deary me, she's done that. She's done it for effect to make it look like it's a busy kind of vibrant atmosphere. So right, Ben, thank you, mate. We'll drop you back out, and if or we'll just put this from Nick Gilliver, because you'll love this. In my opinion, Toffolo, yeah.
Of course, yeah.
He loves Harry.
Yeah, I love that man.
He does, literally.
She's done
and
you
Mark
there,
Morris,
she has absolutely done me. I am roasting.
She's done you like a kipper. Right, Ben, thank you, mate. We look forward to whatever it is that you do for the next 2 hours. So thank you for that. And we'll bring Chris back in, because I can tell Chris, while we were having that conversation with Charlie, I could tell Chris was itching to come back in, because in the private chat that we've got, he was like, "Oh, I really like Mark O'Hara." And I could just tell him.
Message. I wanted to talk about Mark O'Hara because he was great. I think he was underrated. He's often forgotten about.
You know what? I actually don't think he is. I think, depending on who you follow on Twitter, there are 1 or 2 people who are like, Mark O'Hara was quality. But actually, the impact that he had coming in the centre of midfield, I think is interesting. Because that's kind of what we're looking for here, because we had a decent midfield, but we just wanted something else, a different dimension, something to just change it and mold it and shift it a little bit more towards what we were after. So, yeah, it's interesting, I think.
Yeah, I think so. You know what? I know this is a Lincoln City show, obviously, but I think Ali Smith going to Colchester is a very similar signing for Colchester as Mark O'Hara was for us in that window. That's all. Yeah,
I think that is interesting, and probably it's a Danny and Nicky thing. Get a little bit of physicality, a little bit of presence in. So, look, let's pick up where we were. We were talking about transfer windows. Now, the transfer window of the 2020-21 season, I think, got quite a bit of criticism at the time, because we were top of the league, we were fighting for promotion. And we signed Regan Poole, Morgan Rogers on loan, Cohen Bramwell, and Max Sanders. And people said, we don't need Regan Poole. We don't need Cohen Bramwell. Regan Poole got absolute pelters. Outs, Alex Bradley, Ethan Ross, Zach Elbers, Eddie Max Melbourne. It was an interesting transfer window, that one, wasn't it?
Certainly was, yeah. I can't remember the kind of backlash from Regan Poole. It's amazing, consistent, not confident, with a recency bias, sorry, isn't it? You can think, it turned out all right, so it must have been right all the way from the start. But yeah, was it because he played against MK Dons that January, I think, or it was later in that season, and then we signed him not so long later. I think. Am I thinking that right, or is that somebody else? But yeah, he he just kind of slotted in, didn't he? Because TJ was playing right back at the time, but just kind of all the time. And then it was almost like a job share for the rest of the season with him and Regan. But of course, we all know the player that Regan went on to become. Cohen Bramwell, once again, made us significant profit. So, looking back, well, Morgan Rogers just signed for Villa for up to £15 million. So there's clearly a player in there. We all saw that there was a player in there. But I think if you had to pick one of Brennan Johnson or Morgan Rogers in that season, I think Brennan Johnson's always the one that gets the headlines more than Rogers did. So I think hindsight is a wonderful thing, but it clearly added to us at the time.
Now, I think it becomes quite difficult when we start talking about transfer windows as we get closer to where we are now, because the impact of that transfer window may or may not already have been felt. And I think when we move to the next transfer window, so the 21-22 season, which bear in mind is Michael Appleton's final season, I've got 7 in and 5 out. So in on permanence, this is debatable. John Marquis, technically a loan, wasn't it? But it wasn't, if you know what I mean. Jordan Wright, Ben House, Charlie Kendall, Liam Cunnan loan, Morgan Whittaker loan, Brooke Norton-Cuffey loan out. And these are senior professionals, by the way, going out. So there was a youth loan, I think, as well. I think it was Bobby Dean. Hayden Cann, Sam Long, Sean Rowan, Charlie Kendall, all out on loan. Remy Longdon left. Now, this is the transfer window where the general perception is we've gone for it. We have to stay up. We've spent some money. We've gone for John Marquis. We've gone for Morgan Whittaker. We've gone for Liam Cullen. We've gone for Brooke Norton-Cuffey. We're going for it. This is reactive. That was what this was felt. This, for me, is an absolutely significant transfer window. First of all, it's the first time where we loaned out as many or more players than we loaned in. It's the first transfer window where we were sending our players out on loan, not because we wanted rid of them, the previous year when we were loaning out like Grant Smith, because we wanted them to go out and get experience. This is the first first window where we've done that, where it's about our development. It's also the first window where 2 of the permanent signings, or more, because you could argue Jordan Wright as well, were not for the next 6 months. And to be fair, Jordan Wright actually came in, didn't he, and did well. Did he play against Sunderland and pulled off
he
great
played
save
a few games towards the end of the
Roberts.
season, didn't he? But that was more out of necessity, wasn't it? Because of an injury to first choice keeper.
Oh, hang on. I'm just hearing that we may have our guests on earlier. We've got to be flexible. We may be expecting Liam and Jez on between 9:15 and 9:20. So they may be coming on the show between 9:15 and 9:20 live here on the Stacey West. So we'll see when that happens. We'll see what comes of that. I think that was a really interesting transfer window with how it looked for us in terms of the future.
Yeah, I think in isolation, you're right. I think it shows the development of the club over the last few seasons from there as well, because of course we went from League 2 to League 1. You and Charlie discussed about the signings that were brought in. They did feel very reactive, like this is going to get us over the line or push us on to the next level. Of course, you could debate whether they were successful or not, but ultimately that was the aim. It was to get us out of League 2. And then you mentioned that Michael Appleton's first window, where there was a load of senior players leaving the club and a load of younger players coming in, some of which went on to make us money. And then the next step of that is then developing our own players or players that we've signed to develop. And I think that's kind of the path that we're on now, even more so. And I think, we discussed earlier, maybe the criticism of the recruitment team maybe isn't quite as large as maybe we thought it was, because I think Ben put in our little chat here that the kind of poll that was there was only 4 people that were kind of against and 60 plus that were for. So, but I think it goes to show the credit that they deserve, because their job isn't just to create a winning team on the pitch. It's to create a winning team for us in the next few years as well, and to develop the club so it can continue to push on. And these young players going out on loan is a huge part of that. And we didn't have a structure in place to do that. We didn't have those sort of quality young players that teams in the league below wanted to sign. And now we have, and that window that you just mentioned was the first one of those. And I think that's a real key step in terms of developing where we are now. And he mentioned like a couple of them there. Sean Rowan, of course, went out on loan that window, and look at him now. He's a fixture in the first team squad. If anything, he's the one player in our back line who allows us to have the balance that we have. We mentioned earlier, him playing left centre back in that hybrid left back centre back role allows Rico and Duffy on the left side to be more attacking. It protects them. Him tucking in as a centre half allows Lass to do what he's good at by pushing forward as well on the right side. I think there's no doubt that Sean Rowan has been a success here. And of course, if we never had that loan at Drogheda, you'd argue that he never wouldn't have got to the point he's at now.
And then we come to last season. Look, I'd be a hypocrite if I was saying that we could judge last season's transfer window, because we can't. The two permanent players that came in, and I think they were both on deadline day, if I remember correctly, Dylan Duffy and Ethan Arahan, and then Harry Boyes, Midi Sheepo and Luke Planger, I think, came in on loan. Out, Jamie Robson, who we've turned a small profit on, I understand now. Jacob Davenport, who was short-term released anyway. Tom Hopper, who I think under previous regimes may have left for free in the summer, but we've kind of facilitated a move for him and got a little bit of money back. Charlie Kendall out on loan, Sam Long out on loan, Freddie Draper out on loan. How did that turn out? I wonder what happened to him. And Alicia Huey on loan. So again, that shift is huge. And actually, we were talking again about what we need. What do Lincoln City need for the next 6 months? That's always around the conversation, isn't it? It's always that kind of, we're fans, we're guilty of it, that short-sighted, what do we need now? And I was doing it in December. We need this and we need that. Actually, in that transfer window last year, it's not all that special, apart from Duffy and Arahan. Harry Boyes, he's all right. He's done all right at Wickham. Midi Shadipo, who's all right. We talked about him already. Luke Plange was not. Luke Plange was a miss. But when we're talking about misses, we're not talking about very many at all. Luke Plange was one of the few players that got lots and lots of experience and lots of game time and did nothing with it. The other misses, the likes of Lee Angle and James Brown, which me and Charlie were having a nice debate about, they're the sorts of players that you can't judge because we didn't see them, and therefore we're judging them as being flops based on what they didn't do rather than what they did, if you know what I mean. I mean, people say it's always better to regret something you did than something you didn't do, but when it comes to Luke Plange, I'm not sure that's entirely correct. But again, it's that Duffy and Arahan, I think, last window, and I think that's one difference from that window to this window is we're not going to see that in the next 2 hours.
Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious, isn't it? And that's been pretty clear from the club right from the start of the window. Again, it's that transition, though, isn't it? It's the transition of signing players for now and then signing players for the future. And I think it's difficult to get too many kind of future purchases in January. You generally find that that's much easier to do in the summer. But it's interesting to see how many of those we've actually brought in. I think I'd definitely class Dylan Duffy as that. What's really interesting about Ethan Arahan, now I think everyone knows how much I rate Ethan Arahan, is he's kind of both. Because he was that marquee signing who massively increases our current on-pitch ability, massively improved the 11. But he was also only 21 years old and has that potential to really develop as well. Like, that's probably the first player I think that I've seen us sign for decades that you'd say improves us now, but also has that real genuine sell-on value. And I think no one can disagree how well he's settled. He's continued that on the whole. He looks a class above a lot of the times. He's been here a year now, and it kind of feels like it's been here forever, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Nick Gilliver there has said Arahan would improve a lot of lower championship sides, and he would. And you know what? I think he could have got a move to the championship, and he may have played 5 or 10 games. He may have dipped in and out of the side. Whereas I think when he signed here, whether it was a conversation I had with somebody at the club, or whether it was something a little bit that was official, it was he could have gone to the championship. He could have, but he wanted to come somewhere where he could play football, show what he could do, and let's face it, use it as a springboard. So Richard Godson has said it's Drogheda, not Drogheda, but apparently you don't pronounce the G. It is actually Drogheda. But they are called the Drogs. And I know this because I asked Adam Scully, who is our Real EFL correspondent from Ireland, who said you don't pronounce the G, it's Drogheda. but they're called the Drogs, which is interesting. It's 9:15. We are expecting, and I haven't got, this is a headphone. I can only hear what you're saying. I keep pressing it like I'm actually on the proper news. Like, what have we got coming through now? So it's actually happening up here. I've got a WhatsApp conversation going up here. So we are waiting for Jez and Liam. So Dara, who is from Ireland, Drogheda. So Drogheda. Okay, we've been saying it wrong. Anyway, whatever. So we are waiting for Liam and Jez to come on. I believe that we're going to chat about what's coming up in the window for the next hour and 45 minutes. And we'll be talking, I think, a little bit more potentially about what the window's been like for them. I'm really interested to hear a little bit more from Liam about what the market is going to look like in the next 6 to 12 months. In terms of wages and wage caps. And I know there's a degree of uncertainty, and we touched on it, I think, a little bit. Charlie touched on it in his excellent interview with Kieran Maguire. If you haven't listened to it, go and listen to that. But yeah, I'm really interested, I think, to ask Liam and Jez that.
Yeah, and I think a little bit of clarification on how the future looks is going to be really interesting. The talk of this wage cap that's going to be brought in is going to be super interesting. I'd like to think that we're kind of trying to get ahead of the curve a little bit in that regard. Maybe that is potentially why we've offloaded as many players as we have this window. Yeah, I think the future is just as interesting as the here and now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, absolutely. 350 people watching at the moment. Do they know something we don't know? That's the question. Or maybe words got around that Liam and Jez are going to be coming on, and people are thinking, you know what they're going to do? They're going to announce something live. My understanding is that they're probably not, but we'll see. You never know. I haven't got anything. Again, there's no embargo. There's nothing gone out to the press, so we're not expecting anything imminently. We're looking at the green room, and I can see Charlie and Ben waiting eagerly. And the second that another screen pops on there with Jez and Liam on, then we'll bring them through without a doubt. So transfer deadline day recap at 9:15. So we are expecting Lincoln City signing. We are expecting a midfielder. We believe a verbal agreement has been done. And we are also hoping, I think, for a project player is what I understand. So we're hoping for potentially 2 signings. I think any other bits of business that may or may not happen are going to be kind of around the fringes, but whether something happens around there, we'll certainly see. Obviously, we've got kind of players out on loan. I think most of our kind of development loans and exits and everything's probably been done. I mean, that's one thing with this window, is that there has been a little bit of a clear out with Jayden Brown and Hakeem Adelakan, and I think Ali Smith falls in a slightly different bracket to those two.
Yeah, I agree.
To be honest, because I think Ali Smith has a future at Lincoln City.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I was saying earlier when I was chatting to Charlie about Hacks, I just felt that he just felt quite so temporary. It's been clear the club have been trying to get him out of the club for a couple of years. So I think for him to finally leave, albeit on loan, but of course out of contract in the summer, kind of draws a line under that a little bit. And of course, we don't know the finances. We don't know how much of his wages at Doncaster are taking, but ultimately, it's very unlikely we're going to be paying all of it. So that's going to really help us. Jayden Brown, of course, I don't know, but I imagine Jayden Brown was brought in as our first choice left wing back in the summer. We didn't sign Jack Burrows until much later in the window, and of course, he can play either side. So, yeah, I think that's one that maybe hasn't worked out, but it's interesting with Jayden, isn't it? Because this is going to sound so harsh, but not necessarily in terms of ability, or certainly not in terms of mentality. I'd probably tie him in the same sort of situation as Tash and Oakley Booth that we discussed earlier, though, in terms of the level that he wants to play at. In regards to, he's gone to St Mirren, but to play second fiddle to Scott Tanser. And I just think that's surprising. Why would you? He hardly had a kick at Sheffield Wednesday. He came to us probably with the expectation of being a first choice player. Didn't really work out. For me, why on earth would you not want to drop down at a level and play week in, week out? Why have you gone to be second fiddle again? So I don't know. That's just really baffled me a little bit. But ultimately, I think it's a case of him getting off the wage bill at the moment. And then we maybe reconvene that and we decide in the summer what's best for both parties. Whereas Ali Smith, I think, will come back in and be very much a part of the first team squad. Jayden, I just think there's a lot of question marks over him at the moment. And I really genuinely hope he goes to St Mirren, dislodges Scott Townsend, plays week in, week out, comes back and is a good player for us. I just don't know if he's going to get the opportunity there that he'd really like.
No, I agree. And I think there's two things that are interesting. I think, first of all, I'm just going to kind of pick you up a tiny bit, because you said that the club were trying to get Hakeeb out of the club. And I think, whilst that's
his
right,
wages off the bill is
I think that I don't want people who are listening at home to think that the club were actively trying to kind of crowbar him out. You know, we're not talking training on his own here or anything like that. He certainly wasn't ostracised. And there was talk, I think, when he came back in about how he wasn't even given a squad number he wasn't on the team picture. He was on the team picture. And the only reason he wasn't given a squad number is that a loan had been more or less sorted out for him, and there was no point in giving him the squad number. And then when that fell through, he was given one. So I don't want people to listen to that and assume the wrong thing, because Hacks was, I think, treated with dignity and respect, and he treated us the same way. So I've got a lot of time for Hacks in that kind of capacity. And the other thing I was going to pick up on was, quite rightly, you said, Jayden Brown, we kind of want him off the wage bill potentially, or we want to reduce the wage bill by moving him on, by moving Hacks on. People's perception is that you do that in order to free up wage, in order to then sign somebody in this transfer window. But there's this big unknown. I've just mentioned it a minute ago, and perhaps when Liam comes on, we can talk about it. There's the unknown about what the financial landscape is going to look like in the summer. And with that in mind, this transfer window actually bears some resemblance, not in terms of the business that we've done, but in terms of the kind of what's coming next, to the 2019-20 season. Now, we kind of were a little bit lucky there, because we were moving big earners on. We were trying to change to a different model. And I don't like the model, but we were trying to shift to a younger squad, a more saleable squad. We were kind of trying to mold that. COVID came along and completely changed the landscape. And all of a sudden, we were in a brilliant position, because we'd got hardly anybody. I seem to think we released 13 players that season, from Bozzy and Neil Erdley and a whole host of players. And we were in a great position, because it was a buyer's market. And it's never normally a buyer's market. I don't think at this level. I think that this transfer window bears some hallmarks of that. What I'm just going to do, I'm going to just bring Charlie back in to pick up on that point and see if he agrees, and to just discuss with you for a second, while I definitely don't have a convenient break. So, Charlie, we're talking about this transfer window and the potential wage cap. So I'll let you pick up on that. If Jez and Liam come, just I will be back in a second. So please don't panic, gentlemen.
Panic.
Does he think Jez and Liam are going to turn up and we're not going to know how to talk? That is actually probably what would happen, to be fair, isn't it, Chris? No,
you talk to Liam every day, don't you, Charlie?
I wish. Gosh, my name's not Gary. No, look, this window, especially with the opportunity, with the option of there being a wage cap coming in as early as potentially this summer, who knows, if not over the next sort of few seasons. I'm with Gaz. It is very much, there has to be a quick shift in kind of the players that you're looking to bring in, and the summer as well is going to be really, really interesting. To fair, like Gary was saying about that particular summer transfer window, in terms of the retained list and the amount of players we've released in terms of getting the wages off the books, if you like. And I very much see the summer very much being similar. I think there are some players that, and I don't know anything that anybody else doesn't know, purely speculating. I think there's going to be some players that are on our wage bill who aren't quite being able to earn the same amount of minutes as what you'd expect for their wage demands. And all we have to do is look at Akiba Delican, and there's probably a couple of others. And when we're investing in these young stars, which we are, which is the model, you're going to sometimes have to let the players that have been through, and I'm actually going to say it this time, Chris, that have kind of come to the end of their pathway at Lincoln City, you're going to have to let them go in space of sort of the new generation coming through. And sometimes that's hard to let them go, because they've been your best player for 2-3 seasons, for example, or they've had some amazing spells. You're like, no, I really don't want you to go. I know what you can do. But at the same time, the idea is to constantly become better. And, the kind of generational talents that we're hoping to bring through, sometimes you have to make room for them.
Yeah, and I think a prime example in that window that we released Michael Bostwick. We all love Michael Bostwick, but you mentioned about it's like cost per appearance, isn't it? I think it doesn't add up. So I think there is definitely some similarities between this window and that one. I think possibly the stars aligned for us a little bit more than just us being super prepared. I think we was already in a transition period we was already on that journey before the rules came in and the transition became that way. Whereas this time, I think we're trying to get ahead of the curve. We're trying to prepare ourselves so that we can really attack the summer, really. And let's not forget that transfers aren't just discussed a week before they sign. That they take 6 months, a year for them from the process of starting to contact that player, scout them, etc., to actually getting it over the line. So, yeah, for me, it feels a little bit like we're possibly trying to get ahead of the curve in preparation for the summer, in addition to try and give us what we need now as well.
Right, gents, we are looking imminently at having our guests. So we are looking imminently at them logging on, literally just waiting now. I think they're looking to log in now. So if you guys just pad for 30 seconds or so, if you're watching at home and you're waiting to speak, you're waiting to hear from Liam and Jez, it is imminent. So
very excited, but I agree. There has to be a view for the future in terms of the short-term future, because sometimes we talk about the future and bringing academy stars or young players like Dylan Duffy, for example. I kind of agree with what Gaz was saying earlier about how much of a key player he could very much become. I think he's a fantastic player and there's so much to like about him. But he's maybe a little bit further away than an Ethan Arahan, who we brought in, who was obviously he was brought in to be a key starter, but he's still quite young and a project player. But they're different types of project players. And there has to be a view of the short-term future in terms of the next season and a half, the next 18 months, and then the next 4 years down the line, and hopefully we'll be in the Championship by that point.
Well, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah,
it really would.
If only we could finish our little padding section there. Let's go to the Championship now. But yeah, I think yeah, I think the outs are really interesting this window. Like, obviously the ins are great. The biggest in for me is the return of Trey Draper, who's just absolutely smashed his loan at Walsall, yeah, obviously Joe Taylor adding to that. Jack Morland, I think I put in almost the same category as a Duffy, to be honest, in regard to their status in the squad, but with a huge potential to go. And I'm assuming Gary is going to join us back any moment now. So hopefully that was enough padding there.
I'm actually not, because I am going to have a quick call with them first. So if you
don't have the chat open, do you, Chris? Like, come on,
you can just carry on.
Well, the problem is, just to take a little sneak behind the curtain, this is hardly professional setup here. I've got my mic right here, and the only way that you can hear me reasonably clearly is when my mic is literally sat on my laptop.
Oh,
and when it's sat here, I can't see any of our chat.
I mean, I also can't see it, to be fair. So it's
right.
That's a good point.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to say, I'm going to say goodbye to one of you. Charlie, we've dropped you out. So this is one of the moments you've been waiting for. It's a super special moment. Can we welcome IMP's Director of Football and Chief Executive, 2 different people, dare I say, Jez George and Liam Scully. How are we doing, gents?
Oh, look at that. I'm well in the picture there, haven't I? Pretty good. We haven't got as good a background as you.
No, no, I think you've got a decent background. That's it. Chris, let me just drop you out for a moment and we'll see if we can expand on the background there. How's that? Is that a little bit better?
It's all right.
So,
doing all right.
How are we doing, gents? So what's today been like?
Yeah, just stressful because we knew we had to sign a centre midfield player today. And we knew who we wanted, and we know that unfortunately, what this month is you're always in someone else's hands, Gary. So, yeah, in the summer, usually, unless you're buying someone, it's you and the player persuading them. Today, it's like third party, always a club. And as much as you wake up in the morning hoping that you're going to go to bed tonight having achieved it, there's a bit of trepidation because you know it's out of your hands.
And what does the rest of the day look like? I mean, we talk about trepidation. What does the next hour and a half look like?
Yeah, not too bad, to be honest, because we've got the centre mid, so that's good. And that was done. Yeah, we sort of broke a bit of an impasse early this morning, and listen, you'll find out soon enough who it is, but he deserves great credit because if it wasn't for him and his agent in unlocking a few things that I'm really being positive about this being the only club he wanted to join, that would have been much more difficult. So yeah, it's been hectic, frantic. I've left Mark Tracy and Alistair Clark, the two guys who are on our recruitment team. I've told them that I've come on the show and they need to be walking in the door in the next 10 minutes with our 5th loan, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. Yeah, it's been a hectic day, but a day where you try and just keep focusing on what you want. Ginger's a good. So Mark Tracy, that is, sorry for the politically incorrect statement there. But Mark Tracy has a good phrase. It's like, just because the shops are open, you don't have to buy. And that's what happens sometimes in the transfer window is last day, everybody thinks they've got to do something. And I think we knew today that centre midfield player was really required, and who it was a target all summer or month. And then we've had a young man with us for the week that is a little bit more of a one for the future. So getting that over the line has been good. And that was quite complicated. There was quite a number of facets to achieve there, and then the rest of it has just been plugged into the market, guaranteeing if anything crops up. Liam calls it the transfer deadline tombola, and yeah, that there's sometimes you get a call late on that something's broken down, and our job is to seed enough people in the market to know that if there is something like that, that we get to be the club that gets the phone call.
Wonderful stuff. And I think as we've been on air, we've just had it confirmed that Alicia Huey has come back and gone to Peterborough Sports. Obviously a club that we trust with our young players.
Yeah, and just look, it happens, doesn't it? He was actually going really well there. Mark Tracy went to watch him over Christmas. I went up on the 2nd of Jan. They played at Morton just after we played Blackpool. They were happy. We were happy. He was in the team. Results dipped. They changed manager. New man comes in, doesn't see Alicia as part of it. We don't want to leave one of our young players up there without any prospect of playing football. So that's been a little bit of a back end of the window job to try and find an opportunity for him. And like you say, Michael Gash, Luke Steele, good guys at Peterborough Sports, did a brilliant job with Oshin and Hayden. And the advantage of this one as well for us is that it's local, they're part-time. That means Alicia can be in our environment. Michael hasn't seen him at all in the flesh, so it gives him a chance to work with Michael and the new coaching team, Chris Cohen. So it's almost like the next best solution, if you like. Gets Alicia in our environment, but make sure he continues to play football, which is really important as well.
Cool. And you alluded there to a young man that we've been working to get over the line. Is that something that we expect to announce this evening as well?
Yes, pretty close to being done, and you'll see when we announce it why, because there's 3 clubs involved and the player himself. So yeah, we've done everything, so we're just waiting for the formal stuff. Yeah.
Wonderful. And I just I'd like to ask as well, and whether this is kind of a little bit aimed at Liam. We've been talking about different transfer windows, and obviously in this window there's been a little bit of movement on the on cutting down the wage bill with certain players going out. But it's my understanding that that's with one eye on rather an uncertain financial future in terms of wage cap, potential Premier League deal, etc. I mean, what's the story there?
Yeah, it's been a bizarre window, to be honest, Gary, because we've got the new rules looming. We're all aware of what they may be and what they look like. And quite frankly, there's been a number of clubs that are very cognizant of that. You can see what they're doing to work within that new framework. And then there's been a few clubs that it's almost been like they've got pretending like these rules aren't happening and it doesn't really matter. So at times it's been strange. It feels like at times you're talking different languages and having different existences. But yeah, at Lincoln City, we've got to be very cognizant. We've got to be aware of that. Part of our planning is always been 2-3 plus windows in front. So it's just about recalibrating for that new financial world and what that looks like. Which great credit to Jez and his team. As we've always said, we're always looking for the best for Lincoln City in the short and the long term. And I think there's going to be a few clubs, quite frankly, that are going to tie themselves in a few knots that will be quite difficult to unpick for 2-3, maybe even plus transfer windows. But that's none of our business.
And I just want to touch on a specific player he's one of ours, but he's relatively new to us, and it kind of plays into the Huey loan. I just want to touch on Freddie Draper, because we were talking on air a little bit earlier that we've really signed 2 players this transfer window. It hope be 3 by the end of the day. People were saying we needed 5 or 6 in December, but Freddie Draper has come back. And he's completely different, isn't he? And if anything, he underlines exactly what this club wants to achieve in terms of developing players with loan deals.
I think there's so many aspects to this, Gary, with Freddie. I think, first of all, look, you know, when you see a player's development over a 12 months period, and they're between 26 and 27 or 27 and 28, that's so different from between 18 and 21. It's almost like, you know, we're talking today about today's going to feel like a week. You know, it's a little bit like dog years maybe when they're 18 to 21. There's like massive development happens. So unfortunately, football is really tough for young players because judgments are really immediate. And Freddie's first appearance for Lincoln under previous head coach was in a really, really bad result and a really bad day that no one wants to remember. And he wasn't physically or mentally ready to play in that game, but he had to play because the club needed him. But he wasn't in a good position to show anything like his best. Now, the people who'd worked with him a lot and seen him grow and develop from being the 15-year-old that we signed had total faith and belief that that wasn't a fair reflection on Freddie Draper. But the world judges, and sometimes even internally, staff judge. So for us, it was just important to get him away from our environment, get him some regular football. We believe that if he could put some games together and stay fit, we had a really, really proper player on our hands. He's got an elite mentality. He's got some brilliant attributes, but that's his biggest attribute, his elite mentality. And what he did at Dundalk was amazing. What he did at Drogheda was amazing. They'll kill me for that, by the way, Drogheda people. Don't take that as a clue for anything that happens later, by the way. And yeah, every time I went to Ireland, there would just be another manager in that league trying to sign him. And another centre-half with bruises and having been terrorised and bullied by him. And he created the opportunity for League Two because we had 4 or 5 clubs chasing us. Walsall were brilliant, and it was right that he went there. They showed a real intent. And then he's had a platform to go and play at League Two level, but off the back of 20 games and fit and really, really confident. And then, look, he showed what he could do. And I hope even, you know, for all of you that watch us every week, you know, tough baptism away at Wickham, especially the way we played first half, much better second half. Last 2 games, I think he's been outstanding. He's made really, really highly rated centre-backs who are, you know, if press reports are to be believed, you know, having multi-million-pound bids made by them from big clubs. And Freddie's given them a really torrid time and a really tough afternoon. And that's what he does. So, yeah, sorry, long-winded answer, because really passionate about how you can't judge young players too quickly, and you have to give them time and you have to show faith and belief in them. And if you do, I always believe that they repay you in bundles, and Freddie will do that for this club. We've got a serious player on our hands, and if you can just get that little bit of luck in front of goal in the next few games and get off the mark with us, I think you'll go on and score loads of goals for us.
Smashing, thank you. Look, I won't keep you 2 gents much further, but one thing I do want to say is I'm looking at 2 men here who, to me, look relatively content. And I know a couple of transfer windows ago, from a message I had from Liam driving home from the EPC, that's not always the case. So we're fairly content with the transfer window by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think, you know, we set out at the start of this window, you know, to improve the forward line. We also had to take some triage and some treatment to the budget and ensure that we're working with the parameters that the board set us, and you know, they continually support us, you know, above and beyond you know, every window. So we're, you know, incredibly grateful and thankful to them for their ongoing support. And the other thing we wanted to do is ensure that there were some certain attributes that, you know, Michael felt was missing from the team. He identified those right from interview stage, and was discussed very early on. And you know, Jez and his team and everybody at Lincoln City have been working hard to ensure we, you know, provided them as well and as part of our development going forward. So yeah, I think, you know, content is certainly a word. Probably relief is probably the best one.
Yeah, and look, I think it's hard, Gary, isn't it? Because, you know, you've alluded to it already, almost like one of those signings is one of our own who was out on loan in Fred. But let me tell you, there was 3 young strikers in League Two that everybody was trying to sign in the window. You won't believe it. One was Michael Mellon, who went up to Dundee. I think there's a reason there with a link with Burnley. And the other 2, one was Joe Taylor and one was Freddie Draper. Like clubs are trying to sign for him. You know, so the fact that he's ours and we could bring him back home was brilliant. So one of them's Fred, who's our player, and the other one was Jack, who we'd announced in September. And so Jack Moylan probably didn't feel like a signing to everybody, but he was. So, you know, with Jack and Freddie, Joe was someone who, you know, half League One wanted to sign, and we managed to do that really, really early. And then the patience has been required for the centre midfield player, because we could have jumped early, that we made a calculated decision with 1 or 2 departures to enable us to do this. And yeah, relief, I would say, is a better description than contentment. Relief today that we managed to get our target, because then we feel like we brought in 4 really, really good players that will help the group. Ben House coming back, Rico in the last 3 or 4 games as well. You know, the group has got a different feel to it. Just obviously Lewis and Tyler now as the long-term injuries, but everybody else fit. And it was equally important, as Liam said, not just from a financial perspective, but on a human level, just to help players who weren't playing and have, you know, end dates in career, you know, in contracts, etc., just to go out and find a solution for them. So enabling Hacks to go and play. It was right that Jack went back to Blackburn, helping Jaden go and get some football, Ali going to be a first choice in his favoured position. You know, those things don't feel like they're important maybe to the wider fan base, maybe because they're not maybe featuring on a Saturday afternoon, but it's really important that we do the right thing for players as well, and that we have a reputation for doing that. So the way you look after those players going out, I think, is just as important as those coming in.
Smashing. Look, Liam, Jez, Luke lurking in the background. Thank you so much for coming on. It's really, really appreciated. And I could sit here and talk to you guys all night about football. I really could, but I'm sure you've got things to do and places to see. So thank you very much for your time.
It's a pleasure. What you're doing is brilliant, by the way. It's class. We've had it on tonight. Class. Good work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Nice one. I'll catch up with you all soon. Cheers, chaps.
Cheers.
Well, let's bring a couple of the boys back in. That was a surreal moment. Do you know what? I could. You know, when and I'm aware now that Jez is actually watching this, so I don't want to kind of come across like a bumsuck or something like that. But you know, I could talk to Jez about Lincoln City all night, and he rang me it was a couple of years ago now, and he rang me just to say thank you for an article or something. I can't remember, and I remember we just ended up talking about certain performances and certain things. And that's the Jez that I wish all the other. Do you know what I mean? That's the guy, because he's Lincoln City through and through. Anyway, look, that's enough of that. I'm not blowing any more smoke. So where do you want to pick up first?
Well,
Alicia?
I'd like to. Well, exactly.
Or the Hangman? No, pick up on the Hangman.
What Hangman,
There was a
Gary?
Scotland flag. There was a Scotland flag with Hangman. I mean, what was going on there?
In the chat, Mission Control, feel free to comment on the Hangman after the call. Look, it looks to me like there's plenty of people who are kind of saying a few things. If it's McCann, why the Scottish flag, not George Grant? He plays in Scotland, by the way. Just having a look all the way down, has to be Grant. McGrandles.
I can't
Too
see
many
it
letters.
being
It was a
George
bit
Grant.
too many letters for George Grant as well in the Hangman. Just
Yes,
know.
there was. So Alicia Huey.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I think what Jez said was really interesting about a wider point as well, as it always is for me, is doing the right thing for the person as well as for the club. And he went there, was just got in the team, the manager wasn't playing. So the next best thing is to get him games and come back in the first team squad as well. And that links in really nicely with some of those other lads that have gone out on loan to get minutes. Like, I think it's really nice to get that from the horse's mouth, isn't it? That we talk about what's best for Lincoln City all the time. We don't always talk about what's best for the player. And it's just nice to see that both elements are taken into consideration, not just for players that we're signing, but for players that we're moving on, whether it be temporarily or permanently as well. So thank you, Fiona, by the way, for that lovely comment on the tie that Gary bought me and Charlie. Well, the Stacey West bought me and Charlie.
Yeah, so just chatting to Jez there, obviously talking about Alicia, and I think you've got to kind of lump that in with some of the other kind of young loans that we've sent out before as well. There's a real focus on getting these young players good football. And it's like you said, Elisha had got in the team up in Scotland. He was doing relatively well. They've had a change of manager, because bear in mind, this is a team that were expected to be challenging for the Premier League and have really struggled this season. It's been a real surprise that they've struggled as well. And so we don't want him stuck up there. We've made the decision, pulled him. It might look like going from the Scottish Championship to the National League North is a little bit of a step down. You could argue that, you could, and I know I'll bring Charlie in a minute, but actually Elisha's going to a Peterborough sports team that Hayden Can has thrived at. He's going to get regular football under two people, Michael Gash and Lee Steele, who the club obviously trust. So, I mean, it's a good move in that respect.
Yeah, and for me, it obviously, first of all, brings him slightly closer to home. We've created this relationship now with Peterborough Sports that hopefully can thrive over the next few seasons, as we have done with Drahida and such. But what it also does is Elisha Rahui will be playing part-time, as far as I'm aware, at Peterborough Sports.
Yep.
So they'll only be training a few nights a week rather than sort of every day, which also opens up the opportunity, like from what I can gather, Oisin Gallagher had the same opportunity, and probably Hayden can as well, to train with the first team at times, which I think is perfect for once, because we've brought in a new manager in Michael Skibala. He's not been able to see an Elisha Rahui really on the training pitch, from what we can gather, unless he's sort of spent a few days down here at any particular point. So it gives the opportunity for the new manager to kind of figure out what Elisha Rahui is, and also train him directly in the way that he wants his fullbacks or his wing backs, whatever position you sort of want to be saying, to be playing. And I think it makes it, the level of team in terms of the level of league, to me, then doesn't matter, as long as all of the kind of off the field, all the intangibles, those things are working, and it seems like they are in this scenario.
Yeah, very good. I agree. There was a little bit of a chat about the young player. I mean, that it's kind of, we're hoping that that's going to be done. 3 teams involved now. For me, reading between the lines, that kind of suggests that it might be an in and out. Because if there's 3 teams involved, unless he's currently on loan somewhere and we're trying to free him up from the loan and all that sort of stuff, I don't know. But it would suggest that might be somebody coming in and being loaned out. And if it is, then that fits in with the last couple of windows, which is where we've talked about it being part of what we're doing, is kind of bringing in players for the future.
Yeah, and I think when you bring those sort of players in, the position is less important. You're not trying to fill a gap in the squad right now, so you can be a little bit more wide, I suppose, and cast the net a bit wider when you're looking in your scouting. If you see a little gem there, someone that's worth taking not a gamble, it's an educated gamble, isn't it? I suppose all signings are. But if you take a risk on somebody like that, they're not in the limelight of the first team squad, they're out getting on loan, then they can come back in 6 months' time, a year's time, 2 years' time, whenever they're ready for the first team. We all hope that the structure that's in place behind the scenes now, and also kind of the off-pitch structure with Michael Skibala, etc., sticks around. We all hope that, but you never know. But I think you can be a little bit less strict and specific with a position. So there's been no indication what position this player is, has there? And I don't think it really matters. It could be a goalkeeper, it could be a centre forward, it could be a left back. It doesn't make a difference. If it's a good player that can improve us in the future, then they're worth bringing in and giving experience. So yeah, from what reading between the lines there, it would make sense that we've got a key target to fill a gap in our squad that we want to fill, a midfielder, which was alluded to there, and then just someone else who probably is going to come in and go back out on loan elsewhere, and then we'll see where they are in the summer. But we'll see.
Yep, excellent. So we are 10 minutes to 10 at the moment. I'm just about to get a cup of tea brought into me. So 460 people are seeing that I have a great wife. On there for me. That'd be brilliant. She did message while I was interviewing Liam and Jez, and I kind of thought, well, I'm not sure that I can. I'm not sure that I can do that. Hang on, 1 second, everybody.
We just touched on something that Gary mentioned there when he was chatting to Liam and Jez. He said, I could talk to you guys all night. And I think you and I had that sort of experience ourselves, didn't we, Charlie, when we had that evening with the fan advisory board with Jez. And he basically talked us through the summer transfer window, and it was both fascinating, affirming, I think, but also you and I came out of that with a million questions. We could have stayed there till the early hours, I'm sure. So I don't think it's just you that felt like that, Gaz, and we felt like that. And hopefully what that interview did was it just shone a little bit of a light on some of the really privileged we've got, so that everyone else realised that Jess does know what he's doing, and he is a nice guy.
Well, I think we stayed messaging each other that night until about 2:00 in the morning because there was such an adrenaline rush, and I think you get that from just like you said it earlier. It was reaffirming what we thought we knew, but it was telling us that everything that we hoped our transfer sort of recruitment strategy was, it was that and then more, and it's such a nice feeling to have.
I think what's really interesting tonight, we've got breaking news. It's transfer deadline day special. There hasn't actually been, and whether it's just because I'm on air, so I haven't had them, but there hasn't actually been a kind of an embargo press thing going on. So it's really interesting that we're expecting, potentially 2 signings to be announced in between now and 11 o'clock. Obviously, one's been massively alluded to, and I think it's quite interesting. I mean, I've got a tiny little screen in front of me, and my eyesight is appalling. I couldn't read signs in a hospital, which almost then made me end up with trousers around my ankles in a whatever. So I think that it's the club have hinted something. What I find touching, I don't know if that's the right word, but they've hinted it through us, which for me, that's real validation. I'm absolutely delighted with that. I'm being told that there is a teaser video that has now been released. So while we're on air, that's Nick Gilliver has said a teaser video has been released. Let's have a look. He's flicking through the club annual. It's literally that. He's very pale. That's not George Grant. George Grant has tattoos on his arms. So just to put that absolutely to one side, I'm not going to name anything, but I think we have a winner. I do think we have a winner. So it looks to me like it's potentially going to be. How am I posting on there? Oh, it's Ben, isn't it? Okay, yeah. just Stacey West. I've been hacked. So we have a teaser. I think that we are going to see a new signing at 10 o'clock. Cornell has put breaking Imps news. Here we go. Charlie McCann is a done deal. Contract set and signed. Announcement at 10 p.m. Josh thinks I know who it is. And Kyle Fox says it's not George Grant. Josh knows who it is. He thinks as well. So there we go. I'll tell you what, because he's just Charlie, I'm just going to say goodbye to you for a minute. Just wait there, because somebody's feeling left out. The man behind the curtain. Oh,
no.
I'm still here. Yeah, I'm still here with a smile.
Oh no, someone's posting as me. I've been hacked. Conveniently forgetting that there's someone that's got access to the comments.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. All right. What did you make of the interview, Ben? Let's have your
really
insights.
Good. Yeah, really good. It's like you say, it's a bit of a humbling experience that they've come on and spoken to us about it, and kind of put the first teasers out there for the new signing. So yeah, I mean, like Chris has said, we've had privileged access for a long time through the podcast and through the blog, and it's just it's a bit surreal, isn't it? Kind of having that first step of a new signing be sort of semi-announced on the pod. But no, look, great stuff, and really good to hear kind of about the inner workings of the transfer window and the move for Elicha as well. I think is going to be a positive one. Like you say, Hayden Cairns smashed it over there, and it just looks like it's positive all round at the minute. So just need to hang on, scratch my head. No, all good. All good.
Right. Well, with that in mind, I think we might. I can't see anything again, but I think we might be getting to a point where we need some graphics. So we'll say bye to Ben again. It was nice to see you, Ben. Now he's gone. Wasn't.
And he can still hear you.
He can. We'll leave Charlie to one side for now as well. So we could be getting a signing really, really soon. Lots of people think they know who it is. Just to recap, what type of player do you think we need? And bear in mind, you did say it at the beginning of the show. So if you think you know who it is now and try and change it, you'll get caught out.
No, I don't know who it is. But I said I wanted a centre midfielder. I wanted a centre midfielder that was comfortable, like a real ball player, a little bit different to the likes of Irahan and Hamilton. Hamilton, as we said earlier, his attributes are work rate, aggressiveness, pressing, box to box. He's not a bad ball player, but I don't think that's his biggest strength. And we all know what Ethan Arahan's good at. He's good as an anchor player and breaking up play. I'd like someone that can do something a little bit similar to what Ted can do. Really comfortable on the ball, can keep things moving. I don't necessarily think we need someone that can like drive forward and dribble with the ball, but someone that can just keep the ball moving in the central midfield, keep our tempo centrally. Basically just a central midfielder with a bit of experience, a bit of nous, a bit of know-how that can help us keep the ball in the opposition's half. I always think of Michael Scabola's first or second interview. He always references putting the tent pegs in. When you get possession into the opposition's half, can you keep possession there? Can you pin them back in? And if you've got a really controlling centre midfielder that can look after the ball, then it allows you to do that. So that's the sort of player that I'm hoping that we are bringing in.
Brendan Parker says Lammy for the Liverpool job next season.
I'm just clinging on to the rugby job by the skin of my teeth. I don't think I'm anywhere near the Liverpool job.
Well, yeah, okay. It is potentially. So we are coming up on 10 o'clock. For those who have missed it, we're kind of just treading water a little bit here. But for those who have missed it, we've had Jez and Liam on talking about the transfer window. They seemed content, and when they say content, they said relieved. It doesn't look like we're going to be having a repeat of the Morgan Whittaker situation from a couple of seasons ago, which was the one I alluded to. I had a brief phone call from Liam on the way home that night. He was on the way home. I was sitting right here, and he was absolutely despondent that night. I think we've got the player that we wanted, but certainly by the sounds of things, we've had another teaser. Hang on, it's somebody who's going to sign the annual. Can you make out his signature? Well, if anyone saw Ben's boots there and made out what was on that, I think that we probably have a winner. So it's becoming a little bit more obvious who it is. Josh Russell is right. I'm going to be honest. I do know who it is, and I can't say out loud. There isn't an embargo as such, but I think we all know who's coming in now. We do need a central midfielder. We do need somebody with a little bit of experience potentially of this level, experience potentially of a battle in League One. People talking about Charlie McCann. Charlie McCann wouldn't fit that bill. For a start, he would be he would command a fee. Secondly, he's a young man. He hasn't got the senior experience. We've been looking at signing somebody who's kind of mid to late 20s, haven't we? I think that's pretty much what we've been looking for. And it seems, unless there's going to be any shock, it seems like we've got that.
It does seem that way, yeah. Charlie McCann is a sort of player I can maybe see us signing in a summer, not necessarily this January. Like you say, would cost a fee. And Liam alluded to the fact that we're kind of preparing ourselves and trying to get ahead of the curve a little bit in regards to the potential new rules that are coming in the summer. He mentioned that some clubs have been smart with it and some clubs aren't. So you imagine some of the outgoings were there to not only to get the lads football, but to give us a little bit of manoeuvrability in that regard. So it would really surprise me if we've paid a fee for anybody at this stage and we're offered a longer deal that takes us past the summer, which adds to that uncertainty, I suppose. So, yeah, that would surprise me. I think a loan for 6 months would make total sense of someone that adds what we hope we need.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with any signing as well, when there is an announcement, and quite a few people think it's somebody who's been here before. I've seen names mentioned, players that have already been at Lincoln City. Do you think that that's important? And when I say that, I don't think we went out to look to try and find somebody who has previously been here. But do you think that's advantageous if you're coming in January? Because it's a transfer window where it's notoriously hard to settle. We saw it with Tom Pett, came in, didn't settle. James Wilson came in, didn't settle, got injured, never really settled. I think when you look down the list of players, it's very rare that a permanent player comes in and has an immediate impact. Ethan Arahan did. Sometimes it has to develop. If a player has already been at the club, do you think it is any easier to settle?
It has to be. Yeah, I would be very surprised if that was like a criteria that was a definite box that had to be ticked at the start of the window, that we had to get someone that's been in before. But there's no denying that it's beneficial. You sign a new player in the summer. Again, we only ever talk about the on-field issues. We always talk about how they fit into the system. Do they learn the structure and the tactics? And that there will still be a bit of adaptation for that now. Haven't got the luxury of a pre-season to learn that. but there's also all the stuff that happens off the field, often moving to the city or getting to know the city. Like you say, just settling. So there's no denying if someone has been here before and was settled and little things like knows where to eat, knows where to shop, know where the nice places are, know where the places are not to go. Just feels at home and comfortable. And hopefully that transpires on the pitch a little bit. I'm sure we've all been there. We all know what it feels like to not feel 100% settled outside of our work, and your mind's not maybe fully on it. When you do feel completely content outside of it, then you just perform better in your day job, don't you? Everyone does that. It's human nature. So it has to help. It has to help. Whether it's essential or not, I'm not sure, but it can't be a bad thing.
We are definitely ticking forward towards 10 o'clock. Nothing official has been announced by the club, but we are being told that there has been an announcement from a reporter of the club that the player is leaving. And I'm skirting around this because I don't want to break any sort of embargo or anything like that. I don't want to be unfair on the club, who have been brilliant getting Liam and Jez on. We've gone over to 10 o'clock. There's another video that I can't hear, but it's certainly super bad. But I am just hearing that rather than the announcement. Oh, we've got an announcement. We've got a video. The video is of Conor McGrandles. So
welcome back, Conor.
Welcome back, Conor McGrandles. And I'm just getting here that he's going to be joining us live in the next couple of minutes. Now, obviously, that's coming through on my earpiece that I've got in here, on my Sky Sports News earpiece. So Conor is about to try and connect, and they will let us know in the private chat when he's ready. So we are going to have a chat with Conor McGrandles. So Conor McGrandles signs for Lincoln City. My understanding is it is on a 6-month loan, and he comes from Charlton Athletic. Obviously, he's been at Lincoln City before. It's going to be interesting. Conor McGrandles, does he fit the bill of what you were asking for at the beginning of the show?
Yeah, of course. That's genuinely useful, isn't it? But he's really comfortable on the ball. We know Conor's really comfortable on the ball. Interesting that I think he can do a little bit of both. He's probably more well-rounded than the sort of player I was maybe expecting. Because we know in his first spell with us, he played in that box-to-box role, but he also played in the holding role when Liam Bridcut was inevitably injured. And he did both. So I'd expect to see him play slightly further ahead of Ethan Arahan. I would be very surprised to see him dislodge him, but it's nice that we've got a bit of cover there as well. So we've got two options that can play in that deeper role. But we all know that Conor McGrandles is very comfortable on the ball. You can't play in a Michael Appleton team without being. So I think he certainly adds the sort of skill set that we were hoping for. So I'm pretty pleased with that, to be honest.
Well, he was certainly really comfortable with picking the ball up in front of the back four. I thought his best performances came when he played alongside Liam Bridcut, and I think that Ethan Arahan is a Liam Bridcut style player. So I think that the two of them can complement each other. You mustn't forget Stacey West readers voted Conor McGrandles their player of the season in the 2021 season. Now, don't forget that. That's really crucial because the 2020-21 season was when Lincoln City went to the playoff final and were 90 minutes from the championship. And the readers, week by week, voted Conor McGrandles as the player of the season. So I think that's huge. I think the second season was a bit of a struggle for everybody, including Conor, who I think had a little bit of time out injured as well. Do excuse me.
Don't want it to go cold now, do you?
And warm. No, it's not going cold. Now, there is an elephant in the room, which I will address, because there was a perception that when Conor left, he was going to go back to Scotland. Now, I think this was cleared up a little bit in the weeks afterwards. But we're going to have to ask. We're going to have to ask a little bit about that, whether he actually said he was going back to Scotland or not. I mean, there's certainly no interviews that I could find online that said that afterwards, mainly because I was called out on it, because I was one that was critical as well. So, it'll be a question worth asking, of course.
You can ask that one.
Well, at the minute, I've got to ask them all, haven't I? Because I don't know if you've got a copy of them. You've got them there. You've got the copy. Let's just bring Charlie in quickly to get Charlie's opinion on Conor McGrandle's signing before Conor joins. So Charlie, we may have to cut you off when Conor does come in. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, he brings exactly what we need in that midfield. The versatility that he can bring us, I think, is going to be really, really good in terms of being able to play any of those differing midfield roles. Because although it is still the same position, there's so many different roles that can very much be played in that. So I think he brings us great versatility in that. I think he's someone that, like you said, guys, is going to be able to pick up the ball deep or in the middle of the park and be able to move forward with the ball. So we're not always, because I think in a couple of games recently, and I know Lass has had some stick for this, just kind of aimlessly booting the ball up front, hoping that it'll find the head of somebody like a Freddie Draper. I think this is just going to help us move further up the channels, further through the middle of the pitch as well, with the ball at a player's feet. I think that's something that Conor can bring us, as well as obviously his passing and technical ability outside of that. So really pleased with this one. I didn't actually see this one coming. I wouldn't have been too surprised at all to see us bring a former player in, but for it to have been Conor, it took me a little bit by surprise.
I was surprised to see a former player coming back, because it's actually not something that Lincoln City tend to do. But at the same time, you have to think about what we were looking for. Experienced central midfielder, played in League One before, on loan. And I think Michael Skabala has said numerous times that it's hard because those players don't normally become available. And so to then get somebody in who has been at the club before and is likely to settle quickly, I think that I think it's an interesting one. I really do. Conor McGrandles, for at least a season and a half while he was here, was excellent, and people shouldn't forget that. And remember, he started that season, he was coming on, but that season started with very much James Jones and Liam Bridcut in the middle, and Conor ended up forcing his way into the side through the injury to Bridcut. He was having to play alongside, he was having to play the Bridcut role, then he was having to play a little bit further forward. We were shuffling things around quite a bit. I remember the game against Gillingham. I think we won 3-0 at Gillingham. He may even have scored as well, and he was outstanding. And as I've said, Stacey West readers voted him Player of the Year that year. You can go back; it's still on the site. People who are saying that we're stooges or whatever, it's there. It was, it's fact. That second season was particularly tough, I think, and particularly challenging. And there are the questions around the departure, which I think is going to be interesting to hear from Conor, because when a player leaves the football club, there's no right to reply. And when a player leaves a football club, what people perceive to be fact is seen as fact. And we had it with Peter Gain, for instance, celebrating the Peterborough goal. And he waited nearly 10 years to redress the balance in an interview with me. Not a plug or no, Peter Gain. But, he had to wait to redress the balance because they don't have that right to reply. So it is going to be really interesting. We are just waiting for Conor to come on. They're just switching devices, and then we'll get a shout in the private chat. So they'll pop into the green room. So just to recap, Conor McGrandles returns to Lincoln City. It is it's come out of left field, hasn't it? And it was mentioned this afternoon, I think, around. It was mentioned this afternoon on the internet that there was potential that Conor could be leaving Charlton. I thought that was a really interesting, that piqued my interest, and I put it in our group chat, didn't I? With kind of Conor and a question mark. So we do have him in the green room. I think we've just got to wait for the heads up before we go live. So Charlie, I'm just going to drop you out if that's all right, my friend. And that'll leave myself and Chris. And when they are ready in the private chat, we will be joined live by Conor McGrandles, unless he just puts a thumb up to let us know he's ready. He's ready. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, the latest Lincoln City player. Welcome back, Conor McGrandles. How are you doing, my friend?
Hi there, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yes, yeah, really good. Really honoured to get the first interview with you. Thank you very much. So first and foremost, how does it feel to be a Lincoln City player again?
Really good, really good. I'm buzzing to be here, to be honest, and looking forward to meeting some of the boys that I know and some of the new people.
Is there many left? Many people? I can't believe we had such a high squad turn that were here before. Yeah,
there's still quite a few, to be honest. Probably about 6 or 7, and then a few of the young boys who were like training at the time who now broke their way into the first team, which is good.
And I mean, deadline day is traditionally manic, isn't it? Just kind of give us a run through of the process today. I mean, you've been pounding the motorway miles and all over the place.
It's been a bit hectic. Obviously, it's difficult with the situation at Charlton and not having the manager, so we've had to kind of sort all of that out their end. But once we got the green light, just got in the car, drove up and tried to get everything done as quick as we could. Luckily, we didn't have to leave it too late, and we didn't have to bite our fingernails in that sense. But I've had a few hours to relax now. It's all been done.
Chris, do you want to know?
Yeah, sorry. Hello. So just a couple of questions really that we put together earlier in regards to your spell at Cambridge, because you had such a positive spell with us. I think, Gary alluded to before you joined us in the green room that you were voted the Stacey West Player of the Season in one of the seasons. And then you played against us last year when he was on loan at Cambridge. Just wondering how that experience was for you. How is it just for a player playing against a former club that you've enjoyed your spell at?
It is difficult. Playing against players that I know as well, that's difficult. But it was fun. I enjoyed it. It's not many times I've went to like an old club and played against them. So it was a good experience. Obviously, I was used to being on the other side and getting like the backing and everything like that and kind of pushing you on. So it was a different experience, but I enjoyed it.
And Conor, I've got to pick up on this because obviously when you left, there was this perception when obviously you first chose not to remain at Lincoln City that you were heading back up to Scotland and then went down to Charlton. I mean, where did that come from? Did it come from you? Did it come from somewhere else?
Yeah, I'm quite glad you've asked because obviously I obviously never ever said that. I don't think people understand how difficult it was for me to actually make the decision to leave. Obviously, people are going to say that it's easy to say that, but obviously it was really difficult, and I definitely didn't say what has been said. So I'm glad I can get to clear that up.
Smashing. So just to say categorically, it never came from you. You were going back to Scotland, and that wasn't something that you were intending when you left Lincoln City.
Nah, it was never like a 100% thing or like a 95% thing or anything that close. It was a decision that I was making to leave, but not to go to one specific location. That's definitely not true.
And now you've decided to come back. What is it about Lincoln City now that's attracted you back?
I think obviously knowing the place is obviously a big draw. Knowing a lot of the players is a big draw. I still speak to a few of the boys previously, and they spoke really highly of the manager and everything. And I love my time here before, so I don't see why, if this opportunity came up, that I would say no to it.
That's great. So I suppose last thing really from me would be the current Colin McGrandles. Is that the same Colin McGrandles that we had a couple of years ago? And what do you feel that you can bring to this current version of Lincoln City in terms of how we're set up at the moment?
I like to think I'm a bit more streetwise, a bit better in that sense. Obviously, I've played a few more games and I've got a bit more experience. I think that I'll cut out some of the silly mistakes that I would have made now and then when I was playing before. I think me being a few years older as well, with being such a young squad, hopefully I can, help some of the younger players develop. Like a few of the boys my time here helped me, like Bridcut, Grant, they kind of players. So hopefully I can take on a kind of role like that as well.
And from me, I mean, obviously, I think it's been challenging at Charlton. I think you started the season with a bit of a niggly injury, and that kind of kept you out. How are you feeling now, fitness-wise? You fit and ready and raring to go? Yeah,
fit and ready. Trained for about 2 and a bit weeks. Played a under-21s game a few weeks ago. Played 45 minutes in that. So I've had no kind of side effects or ill effects from that, and I've been training fine for the last few weeks. So I'm ready to go.
Smashing. Now they got you in a nice hotel there. I mean, those curtains are terrible. They're worse than my tie.
Nah, they do, to be fair. It's actually a lovely room.
Nice. As long as they're looking after you. Look, Conor, thank you so much for taking the time at 10:15 to come and chat to us. It's really appreciated. Welcome back to Lincoln City. And from a personal point of view, I actually have to apologise because I was told that you'd gone back to you were going to Scotland by a certain club member, and I did kind of repeat that. So hands up, Yeah, my bad on that, unfortunately.
No problem. Thanks for having it.
No worries. Welcome back, Connor. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Well, there we go. Conor McGrandles back in the club. I had to apologise. Somebody who was close to Conor actually messaged me a couple of days afterwards and corrected me. And obviously, it's nice for him to be able to put that back across as well.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully, it kind of just pushes that under the carpet a little bit now. It must have been a hopeful situation for him because he said how much of a difficult decision it was for him to leave in the first place. None of us have been in that position, have we, as a professional footballer? But he must have weighing up so many different things, particularly after he'd been. I think he was well respected by fans, and to leave is a big decision. So maybe for him to, by genuinely no fault of his own, maybe not be able to leave on the terms that he'd hoped for, may have been quite difficult. I think that shows credit to him for coming back, though, because maybe there's an element of that thinking, I loved it there, but how is everyone going to receive me when I come back? Because they think that I kind of left and for something and then just kind of went elsewhere. I'm not a man of my word. So I think the fact that it's all been cleared up means that we can all welcome Conor McGrandles back to the club for this 6-month loan spell, and hopefully he can add exactly what we need to the first team squad. And I think what was really interesting there is he alluded to his experience and what he can add to the squad now. And obviously, Michael Skibala said for the whole of the transfer window that what he wanted to bring in was someone with a bit of know-how and a bit of experience. And Conor, I think that is we've got a different Conor McGrandles now compared to before because, like I said, he's a little bit older, he's a bit more streetwise. And we mentioned earlier about how good Bolton are at the kind of dark arts and the game management side of things. You learn that as you get older, and Conor's clearly. He made a point of referencing that. So that's all good from my perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was chatting to Cambridge supporters, and this was much earlier in the season because obviously they'd had Conor on loan, and we'll bring Charlie back in a minute as well, just by the by, and we'll get Ben's reaction too. But they really liked him there. They said when he first came in, and I think one of his early games was against us, it took a while for him to find his feet. And their manager, I think, at the end of the season wanted to sign him and just said, look, we don't have the financial capability to bring a Conor McGrandles to our football club. So, talk of people saying, oh, this is a player who's a League Two player. I've seen it in the comments. I don't buy into that. I can see some of the reticence, if I'm honest, because he was part of a team that really struggled to impress supporters. So he was part of that team that came out of COVID. 2020-21 was great. The 21-22 season wasn't, because we'd all missed the game against Liverpool, the thrashing of Burton Albion and MK Dons, and the slick football we were playing, putting how many did we put past Forest Green in the FA Cup? 6. That should have been something that lives with you forever, and it didn't, because we watched it on the screen, and football's not a television show. It never has been, it never will be. So when we finally got to see that team in the flesh, I think that it was disappointing, because it was not that team that we actually saw. Theo Eden left, and Anthony Scully was kind of floating about the side, and he was the big hope, and he got injured. Conor was injured for some of that, and then when he came in, it was the middle of the park, and we really lacked it. Liam Bridgecut was injured, and I think Conor was trying to do too much. I was critical from 1 or 2 mistakes. There was the Wimbledon game where I think he gave the ball away and gave the penalty away, and we lost 1-0, and it was frustrating. But then he mentioned there about some of the little mistakes, and that's what I think he was alluding to. Was some of those little mistakes. One thing that he never lacked was effort, was endeavour, and was hard work. And again, at the top of the show, I think it was at the top of the show, I said that's one thing. It was like a Jake Sheridan. And look, Conor McGrandles does have some ability, and Michael Appleton used to say that he was one of the most creative players in the team, and we saw it in flashes. We certainly saw it in that post-Christmas period where he was outstanding in the January, February when we really needed him. So he's a player that's got the technique, but he did always put a lot of effort in. And there's a lot of people who have been saying that the player that he's replaced, because let's be brutally honest, Conor McGrandles has taken Ali Smith's place in this team, in this squad. So if you're questioning the signing of Conor McGrandles, what I want you to do is ask yourself this question: Conor McGrandles or Ali Smith? And it's not being detrimental to say, well, it's Conor McGrandles, because Ali Smith's a young player, but that's the swap that's been made. So has this move improved our squad in that respect? Yes, it has. Charlie Beeston, what are your thoughts? And I'm going to leave you two just discussing this for a minute while I finish my cup of tea quickly.
Well, I'm going to start by playing slight devil's advocate and just, I guess, pose the question that some will be thinking, and it's popped into my head since the news was announced. And obviously, as I said there, if he has effectively replaced Ali Smith's role in the squad, which I agree in terms of him coming in to probably be more of a squad player and potentially starting in that third sort of central midfield role, if that's the sort of position that we're going to be playing. But Skubala's also made a point in saying, well, I don't even know if he's necessarily said it, but it's definitely been something that's been alluded to, the fact that we're going to be wanting to try and progress our young stars more than loan players. So now let's say that is the case, and we've got the same starting lineup. Let's say Ted Bishop is fit. We've got the same starting lineup as what we did against Peterborough or Derby, which was the same starting 11. Does Conor McGrandles get into that, do you think, Chris?
That's a bloody good question. I've spoken to the guy. You can't let me put me on this sort of spot. I'm gonna go.
This is why I said after the
facts.
Yeah,
I will answer this in a second, because I think the first point is to just reference Gaz's point in that does Conor McGrandles offer more to Lincoln City right now in a Michael Skubala team right now than Ali Smith does? And I've been a bit of a fan of Ali Smith. I think he's been harshly treated, not harshly treated, but he's hard done by because he has had to play every position under the sun other than the position he plays in. And he's now going to go out on loan to Colchester for 6 months or so and play week in, week out in his best position. And I think Ali Smith's attributes are physicality. I think he offers some real good kind of athleticism at times. I don't think his ball playing on ball ability is poor, but I certainly don't think that is the reason we signed him. I don't think that is his best attribute. And I think Conor McGrandles does fit better into a Michael Skubala side right now than Ali Smith does. We've only got him on loan. We don't know what the summer brings. We do expect Ali Smith to come back in the summer. But between now and the summer, would I prefer to have Conor McGrandles coming on to play in a Michael Skubala team that wants to possess the ball and keep the ball in the opposition half, or would I rather have Ali Smith? I think right now I'd rather have Conor McGrandles. But it's a good point you're saying in terms of the type of signings that we want. We want to try and make sure that we're bringing our own players through, which we absolutely do. But let's not forget, we've already got the third youngest squad in the league. So we already have a squad full of those young players. What they need is a little bit of guidance, a little bit of support from an older head, a little bit more know-how. Someone that's going to keep their cool in those kind of really frantic moments in games where people can sometimes lose their head. We see it all the time. So, yeah, I'm not here to completely just kind of like big up Conor McGrandles as the best signing we've ever made. But I'm all for it. I do think it's a really sensible signing. That's what it kind of jumps out at me. It's probably not going to grab headlines across League One, but does it help us out right now? I think it does. Does he start on a Saturday? That's a great question. I think it depends a little bit on the system that we play. It depends whether we are 4-4-2 or 3-5-2 out of possession. Because in possession, we've been pretty much the same shape all the way through, but it's our out of possession shape. Because Ethan Hamilton's been playing on the right in midfield in our out of position 4-4-2, and I do think that limits him a little bit. I'd like to see him more centrally. This leads me to think maybe we're going to go 3-5-2. Would I like a 3-5-2 with Ethan Arahan sitting deep with Ethan Hamilton and Conor McGrandles either side of that? I think that's got some real nice balance to it, definitely. So if we play our 4-4-2 out of possession, I think I'd probably still prefer Ethan Hamilton next to Arahan at the moment. He's more suited to the system. He knows it better. And then leave that wider position to Ted if he's fit. But Michael Skubala mentioned that that's a little bit unlikely, or we're not sure yet. Or maybe a returning Danny Monjoyu. I think that might be his role in that system. So, yeah, I think what it gives us is options, though. And it gives us on someone, a kind of a bit of a safe pair of hands. That's kind of how I see this, really. Someone that we can just rely on if and when called for, to be honest.
I very much agree with that.
Brilliant. I'm pleased you do. Sorry, Charlie.
That's all right. You just cut me off.
I was trying to find the right moment to come in. I was trying to time it nicely and slowly. So what I want to do is I want to just bring Ben in very briefly, and then we'll go back to us, and Ben can start putting some comments in. But if I just drop you guys, in fact, no, let's all be in for a minute. But I want to move myself down to there so I can see my studio. So Ben, just quickly, the Conor McGrandles signing, your thoughts?
One that I wouldn't have seen coming at the start of the day, and if you'd probably said to me at the start of the day, we'll sign Conor McGrandles, before deadline, won't lie, it's one that I would probably feel was a little underwhelming. But having, thought about it, I think your comments about, he is Ali Smith's essential replacement for, until the end of the season, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, like we say, he was one of the players of the season. For most people, obviously for the Stacey West readers, he was in 2020 to 21. And he didn't leave anything out there on the pitch when he played. I think a lot of opinion has been coloured by the rumoured, talks of him wanting to go elsewhere when he had his exit. It was good to have that from the horse's mouth and say, look, I didn't say that, it's come from somewhere. So I think some people will see this one as a signing where he maybe has some making up to do. Whether that is how he sees it, or whether that's how all the fans see it, I don't know. But it's going to be an interesting one to see him come back. And I think, he's got the talent, he's got the skill, he's got the ability to come back and make an impact on the squad. Whether he's going to be starting week in, week out, I seriously doubt that. I think he is he's going to be an impact player from possibly from the bench, because I think for me, the same conversation that we've had regarding Ali Smith, when it comes to Conor McGrandles, he was always better when he played in the middle, in those two positions that are currently occupied by the two Ethans. And I can't see him displacing either of them.
There are three midfield positions, obviously, in the way we play at the minute, not just two.
Yeah, but then we've got one that's slightly more, more advanced, which is where I'd expect somebody like Ted to play, or Danny Mandroya to play. Personally, I don't see Conor McGrandles dislodging one of those three players in a starting 11, but I think this is a signing for depth more than anything else. And if you have to choose between Conor McGrandles or Ali Smith, then I would probably say Conor McGrandles is the one that I'd pick in that situation.
So Charlie, I cut you off a minute ago, so we'll throw that over to you. Do you agree with Ben? Do you see an impact player from the bench and not a lot more?
I'm not going to say that I agree fully with that, because I kind of posed the question, sort of the devil's advocate question, of how much game time is he really going to get if Michael Skubala is going to be favouring sort of permanent players that are ours rather than loan players. But I still think there's going to be games where Conor McGrandles within the midfield with Ethan Arrowhead and Ethan Hamilton is just going to be better suited to the opposition. What it gives us is the flexibility to be able to do that. And it kind of picks up from some of the comments we've been making about Conor McGrandles and the fact that he can help us progress the ball from deep further up the field. And it kind of comes back to something you said right quite early on in the show, guys, along the lines of, okay, yes, we've kind of got this new look attacking side, but it's our defenders that have been getting all of the praise in the last couple of weeks. And that's sort of one of the things that Michael Skubala has changed. Yes, but defending very much starts from the front. Being able to move the ball up through the field quickly means that you've got less pressure on your defenders. When you've got less pressure on your defenders, they're less likely to make a mistake, as long as you've got good defenders, which I think it's fair to say we have. And that's, I think, something that Conor McGrandles is going to be able to give us. When you look at the Premier League, one of the teams with the best defensive records every season is Manchester City. No denying that they've got great defenders, but they're set up in a really attacking system. That attacking system often limits the play, that sort of the opposition's players being able to get out and be able to make attacks that are actually sort of worthwhile and high XG creating opportunities. And that's, I think, what somebody like Conor McGrandles can bring us. Not in the sense that we're just going to be pinning every opposition team into their own box, but the fact that we're going to be able to easily get out and hopefully keep the ball in their half more than keeping it in our own.
Smashing. Well, let's Ben, if I can pop you back off so we can have a look so you can go and have a look for some comments. There we go. So we'll take some comments from the floor at the minute. I mean, I think it's fair to say reaction on social media and in the comments here are very 50-50. And I can kind of understand that. I can understand people even taking the Scotland thing out of it completely. With the greatest respect, wherever he was going is one thing. but just not signing a new deal and going to a League One rival. I can understand how that leaves some people feeling a little bit despondent. I mean, there's things about underwhelmed and not impressed at all, and I'm not entirely buying that, because people loved him when he was here and wanted him to sign a new contract, and when he left, you know, there was rumours of Ipswich, there was rumours of Charlton, and we were all going, he's going to Scotland. We know that he's going there. And yet now the same people that were kind of happy for him to go to Scotland with our blessing after 2 decent seasons, one really good season where we were 90 minutes from the Championship. Bear that in mind. He was a key part of a team that put us to within 90 minutes of the Championship. So I can't understand the underwhelming thing. You look at what he's done since. Yeah, he hasn't had a lot of opportunities at Charlton. He's probably had more managers at Charlton than we've had comments on this on this feed, and it's hard to settle. And people were saying, when Michael Appleton goes there, let's hypothesize that it's Michael Appleton who maybe said that Connor was going back to Scotland. Maybe might have told me that. Then that manager turns up at Charlton. And to be fair, he played a little bit. And then I read a thing earlier when it was first mentioned online that Connor was free and might be available. And Michael had put, it's up to Connor. He's got to do this. He's got to do that. I don't think there was a lot of love lost there. So I think, and Lois, I'm not going to come on and say it's a bad signing. If I don't think it's a good signing, I'm also not going to say I think it's a brilliant signing. But I think it's a good signing. I think it's exactly what we need. I think it's a squad filler. I think it's an option, as Charlie potentially said. The criticism, it's going to happen. People are going to feel that way. The one thing that he's going to do, he's always going to fight. Ben just had a comment on there about never lacked bottle, and he didn't, did he? He, unlike, dare I say, Ali Smith, he didn't ever lack that. And just another thing as well, this is a really good point. Only underwhelming to some people because of some of the wild names banded about, because of the George Grants and the Ian Pavidas and people like that. Names that were never coming here. Names that were never coming. And what would people have been as underwhelmed if Charlie McCann, who they don't know anything about, had come back? The issue here is the way, in my opinion, the issue with 90% of the people who are saying it's not a good signing are with the fact he didn't sign a new deal and went to Charlton.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. I think it's a decent sign. I think we're all kind of in agreement in terms of his place in the squad is maybe not a guaranteed starter, has the potential to become that if he impresses, but is very much there as a dependable option. I think it's a bit of an insurance policy as well, because we all know what our best team is at the moment. And I think, if I'm brutally honest, I would be unlikely to change it significantly from what we've been playing in the last couple of games. We've named an unchanged lineup in the last 2 games for the first time for God knows how long. Obviously, there's a question mark over Ted for Saturday. But what if, heaven forbid, Ethan Arahan gets injured or Ethan Hamilton does? We've got someone that's dependable, that can fit into there, and you compare that to Ali Smith. And again, this is no disrespect to Ali Smith, but would you prefer to have Colin McGrandles filling in if one of those other two was unavailable, or would you rather have Colin McGrandles? And yeah, for me, I think it's just a really dependable option that gives us a little bit of consistency in our tactical shape, and or allow us to maintain consistency, because you try and put a team together that as many square pegs and square holes as possible, don't you? And I think maybe if we hadn't added something here, we do pick up an injury, you've then got to shift your tactical style again. And that's difficult that's 11 players that have, and the rest that have to pick up that new style, that new system. Whereas if you just get someone that could just slot back in there, everything else stays as it is. And I think he just fits in. He fits in with our current system quite nicely. So yeah, again, I think the word that's really sticking out to me is sensible. And I don't want sensible to come across as a negative word. It's a very positive word. It's just a solid, sensible signing that can hopefully provide us with just exactly what we need until the end of the season. And then, of course, when summer comes in, we reevaluate where we are and we have a plan to attack next season. But this is a signing very much about the next 6 months for me.
I quite like James Hoy's comment there about he can do a job competently all day long. Mistakes few and far between previously. He's not a sexy signing, Conor McGrandles, but I think he's a solid signing. There was a comment by Adam Leader as well, which if Ben can find that and put it up, he says he just said this on Twitter. Find me an interview from Conor where he says anything about going closer to home, and there wasn't. And I said that. I I was I apologise to him because I did. I was online. I put he would need to go to Scotland. I wasn't happy, and then somebody close to Connor messaged me. I can't remember who it was. It was a girlfriend's mother or something. I don't know. But it was someone close to me messaged and said he never said he wanted to go back to Scotland, and the reaction's not fair. And I did. I had a look. I looked, and he didn't. He never said it. The one person that said it was in interviews. It was in a post-match interview. It was said privately to me, and whether that was the belief, but it was never actually said. So if that's kind of the sticking point, then fair enough. It's kind of been disproved. But he's also got a point to prove here, and not because of the way he left, but because he left 18 months ago or whatever, and as yet hasn't really. I mean, I'd look at 20 games. I had a look a minute ago, 25 games in year and a half, and he's not been that badly injured either. So I think he's got a lot to prove. 28, I believe. You're in your prime, 28 years old. We're picking up a player who's 28 years old, who was valued at $1 million or moved for $1 million or something like that when he moved to Norwich from Falkirk, off the top of my head. It's functional, absolutely functional. And JRS or JR Special there says McGrandles fits Scooby's requirements, experience, and I think that sums it up entirely. So just having a little bit of a look, we are expecting another signing. We believe it's a project. That person's not gonna be coming on here. So Charlie Russell, good personality, another experienced head to have in the dressing room. If that's the same Charlie Russell, who was obviously at the club, he had first-hand experience of working with Connor as well. So I don't think there are some players where you just know there's a little bit of a personality issue. There's one or two players that you don't gel with. Connor's he's always been approachable. I think he's was classed, I think, when he first came here as a good character around. I think he's a bit of a joker and that sort of thing around the dressing room. So I think he'll be good for morale as well. So yeah, any final thoughts on Connor before we move on, Mr. Beeston?
I think you sort of alluded to it there, but the off-the-field sort of intangibles that he can bring us are huge as well. Being able to be a leader. We've already spoken about the fact that we've got a really young squad. So being able to have Conor McGrandles be a bit of a role model, even if it is just for 6 months, it's a real positive. And also, this is going to be a really good move, I think, for all parties, for us, Charlton, and the player, because let's be honest, it does give him a chance to put himself in that shop window. And we talk about it a lot with kind of loan signings for the second half of the season in particular. And it is going to give him that opportunity. So he's going to want to impress. He is going to have a bit of a point to prove. Maybe unfinished business, if you like, in terms of some comments and some things from the fan reaction. I think overall he is going to want to come here and prove something. I think he's going to get the opportunity to do
that. Chris?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to add, really. I agree 100% with Charlie. I think I've said everything I want to say about it, really. I think it's a solid signing. I can't remember whose comment it was, but I completely agree. It just fits exactly what Michael Skubala wanted right now, and that's great. We know we've got potential in the squad. We've just been talking about all the loans that are going out, and the future's bright, but we needed someone for now, and we've got someone for now, and that'll do me nicely.
Smashing. So I'm just getting through on my earpiece here. It may be that the project player is post 11 o'clock. So it may be that announcement isn't something that we're going to be able to talk about here on the show, because as much as I would love to, I think it'd be really difficult to go on beyond 11 o'clock. I can't actually believe it's 20 to 11 already.
I can't believe I've only been for 1 week.
I can't believe it's 20 to 11 already. I really can't. We haven't got anywhere near some of the stuff that we wanted to talk about. I was worrying that we were going to struggle to fill, and we absolutely haven't. I mean, we were going to talk about other League One transfers. We were going to pick ones that stood out. We were going to other transfer stories across the EFL. We were going to do former imps on the move this window. And at the minute, we're on the home straight, and we're not going to get to talk about any of that. And Nick Oxbury says there's no injury time on the pod. There isn't. I've got work in the morning, Nick. We're not all retired, are we?
I've got work in the morning.
I don't. Well, I've got work to be doing in the morning. I've got a couple of hours. And what are we doing tomorrow, Chris? We can tease that.
Yes, we can. Charlie and I will be recording our monthly review of January. I forgot what month it was then, and of course a preview of February. So yeah, keep an eye on this channel, on the YouTube channel for that. We'll be recording it tomorrow. I imagine it'll be released at some point later tomorrow evening, afternoon.
Hopefully, yes.
Something like that.
Yes, it'll be tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow evening. And there's a question then for everyone in the comments that watches the monthly show. 2 questions. First of all, what can we add to the monthly show? Right. But second of all, and this one's probably going to be a little bit more interesting. As you know, we do our best 11s. Does Conor McGrandles get in your February best 11 for the month ahead?
Is that for me or for the listeners?
No, that's the question for the listeners. You'll tell me tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Tomorrow, Chris. I just found out he's signing.
So, Charlie, I'm just going to drop you out again, if that's all right. We will see you before the end of the show. So brilliant. Really good addition to the pod. We're a good team now, the 4 of us. So just want to take a couple of questions, I think, from the floor. So this is kind of going back to the podcast, which we would have done, which would have been episode 200 and something of the podcast. And there's one from Josh Russell at the moment, which is it's not Lincoln City as such, but I think it's worth talking about. Jack Marriott to Wrexham was odd. Thought they'd be flying at the start of the season with Stockley and Marriott. Well, look, I did as well, because I tipped Fleetwood to go up, as Ben will happily remind me, I'm sure, at some point. And they're not going to. They're going to go down. So, yes, Jack Marriott to Wrexham is odd. Jack Marriott is odd because when he came back into this division with Peterborough, I thought he'd tear it up. He ruined us when they won 4-0. Then he moves to Fleetwood. He's not really done it at Fleetwood. And now he's gone to Wrexham, where he's the sort of signing at Wrexham that, for me, shows that things aren't all right at Wrexham.
I think you've sometimes got to question the motive of these moves, haven't you? So think of Fleetwood in the summer, like you said. And I was in the middle. I didn't think they were good enough to get promoted, but I thought they had a really solid squad and they were going to be a comfortable mid-table team. But if you think of the players they've signed, like on paper, they've got a really solid squad, but they're all players that have played at a higher level. They've arguably had bigger wages. And again, I feel really conscious of kind of putting everyone in the same category here and saying everyone fits this. But if you're a club like Fleetwood Town, and with all due respect to them, probably not the most attractive football club you can go to in League One, you're going to have to offer some big bucks to attract the sort of players to the club. You're going to have to overpay for certain people. And, who's that? What type of player is that going to attract? That's not going to attract the type of player that wants to develop their career, unless it's someone that sees it as a stepping stone, like over from Ireland or something. You're going to attract the players that think, oh, hang on, that's a bit of a payday from me. Thank you very much. And what's the motive? If they started the season reasonably well and they were comfortable in the middle of the table, then you probably think Jack Marriott, Jayden Stockley, etc., probably be fine. They're probably going to, score some goals. But the question you've got is, bad start to the season, going gets tough. Are you really invested in the project? And as much as you say about Wrexham, I have to admit, I've really enjoyed the documentary. I enjoyed it when they're in the National League, and now they're in the Football League. I kind of wish they'd go away. But there is a project there. There's no denying that the financial side of that is going to be attractive as well. But I suppose there is a project to buy into at the same time. Whereas at Fleetwood, I really struggle to see it if there was.
Given what Liam said about uncertainty and wage cap, though, it's risky,
they're going to be miles away from that, aren't they? You'd have thought. The thing is, it's to do with commercial income, though. So you'd expect they'd be able to get lots of high-profile sponsorships in that can boost that. So they might be in a position to actually really thrive under the new rules. You don't know. It depends what those.
That's my worry about any new rules, is this commercial income. So does Forest Green, and let's face it, we're not going to need to know because they'll be National League next season.
Oh, I really hope they are.
If Dale Vince comes in and goes, I'm just Ecotricity sponsoring 5 million commercial income, it just circumnavigates the rules. So it doesn't feel like a wage cap in the sense of the last wage cap, does it?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I am not 100% sure on the specifics of it. So maybe sponsorships don't count or they don't fully count. I know match day income definitely counts. I know net transfer profit counts towards that as well, which is why that element is so important to us. How much of the like commercial income and whether a sponsorship from an owner's company or something counts. Because I know there is some specifics about that now. Even in the Premier League now, there's some specifics about that, or there was talks of bringing some rules in. So, yeah, not sure. But I still feel like Wrexham probably will have an advantage compared to a lot of their peers in League Two, or if, of course, maybe even in this league, if they do happen to get promoted this season, I think they're going to be one of the bigger budgets in this league if they come up. And now they're starting to threaten us. I don't like what they're doing. I quite enjoyed it when you just watching the TV show, but I'm starting to feel a little bit uncertain about it now. But purely in terms of Jack Marriott, I suppose this one element is there is a bit of a project to buy into, but you can imagine that project becomes a lot more enticing when it lines your wallet a little bit.
Well, like Nick Oxbury says, 6K a week at Marriott he was told at Fleetwood. I know he was told that because I told him, and I was told that from a really good source. Marriott 6K a week, Stockley 6K a week. You would assume that he's gone to Wrexham on a similar wage. He's not going to go there for 3K a week, is he? At the end of the day, and I know some people will buy into the Wrexham thing because, they've got the Hollywood element, and so players are gonna be quite.
You can probably see them as a vehicle to get yourself up the levels reasonably quickly, maybe, but maybe it's Jack Marriott's last chance of playing at a higher level again in an upwardly mobile club, because his career's been pretty much downwardly mobile since he left Derby. So yeah, I know we don't know Jack Marriott as a person. I feel it's a bit harsh to kind of just say, oh, he's just gone there for the cash. But I think you do question the motive of signing for Fleetwood in the first place. I think that's the big one. And if you sign that many players of that ilk, then in hindsight, it's a wonderful thing, isn't it? But it's probably not that much of a surprise that Fleetwood are struggling after a bad start to the season. So Ben said at the start of the season he backed Fleetwood to get relegated, just in case no one realised that. I
don't think you did. I think you're getting a mixed up with Stevenage.
I think that was a very, very fair assessment.
I don't think he said that. Am I on mute or something? Can I not be heard? He didn't say that. He said Stevenage to be relegated. You did not say Fleetwood to be relegated. You said Stevenage. Don't be nodding away in the green room. I'm going to find it.
I could have sworn he said Steve. I could have sworn he said Fleetwood, genuinely.
He said he did not say Fleetwood. He said Stevenage, because I remember discussing it. I'm not having
Maybe
that.
It was both.
I'm not having that. I'm not having that he had Fleetwood to go down. I think I said both. Yeah, you would say that now. That's why I'm not bringing you into the bloody chat. Yeah, I think you said both. You didn't say both. You said that they were surprise strugglers. There's a difference. Yes, you did. You said surprise strugglers. Unless you said
Reading are surprise strugglers. Am I right, Ben? Oh,
I can just remove him from the thing. He said Fleetwood because they're susceptible to losing games. Oh, yeah, he did actually. Yeah.
There you go. And they are, aren't they?
You see that clock above your head? If that was stopped, it'd be right twice a day.
That's great. You know what? It's only just right because I've had to put some batteries in it just yesterday.
Gary rattled, says Andrew Phillips.
I'll hold my hands up. And it's lovely.
Do you know what? I said they'd be promoted. I thought they would. Jayden Stockley, Jack Marriott, Danny Mayer, Ryan Broom. They just look to have everything that you needed. Josh Earl, quality footballer. And it hasn't gone right for him. And I couldn't actually be happier. I'm just not happy about the fact that Ben was right and I was wrong on a show that he got widely slated for and doesn't want to do next year. But we'll give him his moment. Go on then.
No, I'm just saying I said that at the time, and you're saying that I didn't.
I didn't think you had, but you know, you just said there was.
And to be fair, I did also call Stevenage, and Stevenage have defied that expectation quite spectacularly this season. So, yeah,
you did say they were susceptible to losing games.
I did, because I was panicking because it wasn't great. But
look at Fleetwood pile on here. Look, hang on. All right, Roy. There goes the breakfast I promised. We're not even doing that anymore.
But, I mean, we did say we'd touch on the other transfers from League One today, and I've been keeping up on top of them with the list that's been scrolling along the bottom. Fleetwood have signed 5 people today. I think there's 1 permanent, and I think they've got 4 loans in. They've got there's 2 permanents. There's Tommy Lonergan, who has come from the League of Ireland, so Fleetwood obviously fishing in the same waters we are with some of those. Elijah Campbell from Everton, Finlay Potter from Sheffield United. Who else was it? Gavin Kilkenny and Imari Samuels from Everton, I believe, as well. So they are I think probably in panic mode, would it be fair to say? They're kind of just going, we need to sign some people. Who are we going to sign? Let's just throw everybody in the mix and see who sticks. It's just been...
yeah, because they've lost a lot, though, haven't they?
I know
Josh
that they
Bell,
have lost
Matt
quite a few
Marriott,
players
Josh
as well, to
Earl,
be fair, yeah.
and they have a link up with Waterford in Ireland as well.
Yeah, so I mean,
Seems to me they're kind of preparing for...
All right. I did predict Fleetwood for the playoffs. I genuinely thought Fleetwood were going to be good enough for the playoffs.
That's saying us for playoffs.
Yeah, but I'm hoping he's a Fleetwood fan.
Oh, okay.
Because I didn't predict us for the playoffs, I don't think.
No,
I think I said that we'd be just... I'm the only one that didn't predict us for the playoffs. So.
Yeah, I think I said... And imagine if we'd not had the crisis that we'd had, I think, we would probably be there or thereabouts, to quote a great man. But obviously we know what's happened and we know why we are where we are. But I think if we have a decent second half of the season, most of us will be happy with that, with good performances and a few good results.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Ben. Cheers for that. Great. So, Alfie Green. Any more players, or can I go to sleep? So let's do a bit of a recap, and then we'll go to Charlie for some headlines. So to recap on the Lincoln City news, it was confirmed that we were looking at 2 players. There wasn't anybody else expected. One of those players has now been confirmed 100% as Conor McGrandles. He joins on a loan until the end of the season. We are waiting for one more. It's very much a project player. Jez George revealed exclusively on here that there are 3 teams involved in the chain. So it's highly likely that he's either a player who's on loan somewhere else and he's got to be recalled and then come to us, or it's more possible that he is... hang on. Okay. So it's not going to happen until after. So the deal is going ahead, but it's not going to be announced until after 11 o'clock. So it's going to be after we go off air. It seems like I don't think there's a hitch. I don't think it's a late hitch. From what I understand, it's just a lot of parties to juggle. So it's either a player who's going back out on loan or a player who's coming in and staying on loan. So there isn't an 11 o'clock announcement. So if anybody expects an 11 o'clock announcement, if you're hanging on, listening to us chances, thinking you're going to hear something else, you're not going to hear anything brand new in the next 10 minutes. Can I just go to Josh Russell's question, Ben? Thank you. So Josh is asking, just a quick one, Gary, did you have any inside knowledge on why Kennedy was sacked? I don't think it's inside knowledge as much as something that's particularly been alluded to. I don't think it's results. I think we could say that much. I don't think it was purely results based. I think had we been 3rd in the table and unbeaten, I probably think it would have been a little bit harder. But there's an element, I think, of we got a hint of why Mark Kennedy was sacked, potentially, or one of the contributing factors in our interview tonight, when we were talking about Freddie Draper. And Jez was talking very passionately about Freddie, which I thought was absolutely brilliant. But he mentioned about he had one game, it wasn't good. And then when certain staff members get a preconception that the player's not good enough, we needed him to go out of the club to get away from that. And I think that was really interesting. Josh, that isn't the reason Mark Kennedy was sacked, but I think there's an underlying tone there. When we interviewed Harvey Jabara, myself and Charlie did that at Christmas, and there was a bit where Harvey said when you have a manager, you want to develop players, but the manager isn't focused on developing players. I think that is, again, another indication. We had quite a high turnover of staff. Certain staff members left, as Ross Burberry. Okay, it was Derby that came knocking. Joe Hutchinson left. I think he went to Grimsby. There was a high turnover of backroom staff. Then there's the comments, I think, that were made about Danny Mandroiu. There was comments made about Jovan just a couple of days before that. Bear in mind, there was only a very small window where it was alluded that Jovan didn't have his head right off the field. That was more or less what was said in not so many words. Then you've got Danny Mandroiu called out. It's not the first time. There was other players particularly. I think there's a whole build-up of contributing factors here. Let me put it another way. When I wake up in the morning now and think about Lincoln City, I feel very, very comfortable with the manager that we have at the moment. When I woke up and thought about Lincoln City 6 months ago, I felt comfortable about the team, but not so much about the management team, and I liked Danny Butterfield. I don't know anything else at all. We've got a comment coming from Lincoln City FC. So if Charlie can put that up, we will go to that. So good evening to everyone watching the stream. We enjoyed taking part and hope everyone enjoyed the game of Hangman. Congratulations to Gary, Chris, Ben and Charlie. See you next deadline day. Well, I think that's absolute. And look, here we are. So we're going into the final 7 minutes now of the show. I've got confirmation that a new signing will not be until after that. So there isn't, don't worry about staying up till 11 o'clock. We're not going to announce anything at all. So thank you, Lincoln City. So let's bring everybody back in for a big hurrah. And I'm going to move Charlie. There we go. Because I like my studio. I like my studio. I thought when it was, in fact, you know how when it looks best is that it's brilliant. I like it. I like it. It's a good backdrop.
I was going to say, when you're on your own, yeah.
And then it's still put you back up there anyway.
There we go. So, gents, look, we're getting some good feedback. I've got some up there. I think that might be from Jules. Yep, thank you, Jules. So, Jules from Vitals has just messaged me and said thank you for your coverage tonight. So brilliant. And you know, for those who are listening or are watching on and want to see some more reaction, you know, Vitals has had bad press in the past, but I've popped on there a few times recently, and it's a balanced debate. So it's definitely something that you know, people can go to and have a different type of debate. And it's like our Discord channel for Patreons. You know, there are so many different places where you can mix in with people. And Ben, I mean, I don't know if you want to pick any of these up, but we've got Paulus, fair play. How many CEOs and directors of football would have given 20 minutes to the fans tonight? Ollie, it's been a brilliant addition to the channel. Should definitely do it again in the future. We've got Carl Gibson, great watch. I mean, they're coming through quite quickly. Uwe, you need to take more fan questions on the pod. Do you know what? Having done this tonight, okay, it's deadline day, so we got a lot of viewers. I'm confident actually that these lives probably are something that we can investigate once every so often. Certainly, we'll be doing them more on deadline day.
It's been really
I mean, any of you can chime in.
It's been great. You were
yeah.
You were on a roll, mate. I didn't want to stop
it's great. Thank you, everybody, genuinely, for checking in. Before we went on air, Gaz said, I reckon we'd be chuffed to bits if we get 150 at a high point. And I think it was hovered around the 500 mark. I noticed that.
Yeah. I think we tipped over 500 at one point. I was keeping an eye on it. So, incredible.
So thank you, everybody. It's been really good fun. I'll be honest, I don't normally get nervous for podcasts. I was a little bit apprehensive tonight. But once it started, it's just been great. Loved every second of it. So I'll be well up for doing this again next chance to a deadline day.
I was shitting it. I was genuinely. I get nervous about this sort of stuff, and you know, we started setting up, and we've had the graphics done for a day or two, and we put a plan in place, and then we kind of tore the plan down and put another plan in place, and then not long before we went on air, and we can give a bit of a peek behind the curtain now. We weren't told who, but was told we might be able to give you the first interview, and wow, okay, do you know what I mean? But they can't confirm that because the transfer might fall through. And so then I'm thinking, Jesus, do you know what I mean? You've got to come up with questions, and not bad questions, but the team, you know, the questions were pulled together. And then while we're on air, I find out that we're going to get Liam and Jez. And it's like, how do you plan for that? And when they came on, I had nothing written down, like literally nothing written down. It's like, what do I ask him? Because I see Michael Horton do it, and I see Sam Ashu do it, and they're proper presenters, and they get it done. And, you know, like Sam makes it. I mean, Sam Ashu's such a great guy, and he just makes it look absolutely effortless. You know, he just sits there, and I've seen him when we've done Facebook Lives and the Match Day Live, like off air, he's nothing like that. And then you go on air, and he's absolutely Mr. Perfect. So, Nick Gilliver's question, can you just bring that up, Ben, just quickly? Were the questions kind of vetted by the club? No, absolutely not. We were allowed to ask whatever we wanted. Absolutely. Yeah, we found out it was Conor McGrandles whilst we were on air, so we did have to kind of switch them a little bit. There was a little break where it's obvious that we found out a little bit earlier than we could let on the stream. We would be fools to try and make out that was the case. But the club have vetted no questions tonight whatsoever. The club have told us Nothing. We've not had to do anything. They asked us if we would like to do the golden share, but I've chatted to John Battersby about doing that as well anyway. So absolutely nothing at all from the club.
Just want to say as well, Nick Oxbury said here compliments Charlie on the Kieran Maguire interview. 100%. Excellent stuff. Like really good.
I really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed it.
Backslapping, sickening, isn't it? Listen to us, sycophantic.
Can we get back to the piss out
yellow tie wearing? Honestly,
I do just want to take one thing. Credit to the three of you in the club for taking part. There's 4 of us.
Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3.
Absolute wanker.
I do just want to say, and I get on at Ben all the time, but this show would not have been what it is tonight without him doing what he's done in the background, the graphics, the breaking news. Because the fact is, we didn't pick up on half that breaking news, but 200 people have been sat watching and have known more about the transfers than anything. Can I just pick up on Nick Gilliver? To be fair, you only wore a yellow tie for half of it. So are we saying this is the yellow tie? This is mustard, right? What annoys me is that people are saying that this isn't a yellow tie.
It definitely used to. I don't know what happened. But like when you said at the start, we had a chat before we went live, and you said, "Is this yellow?" I don't know if your lighting's changed or anything, but it looked a lot more yellow before we started.
Where's my lighting button? It's just there. Let me just... Not massively. No. It's yellow.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Baited. Nick Gilliver, baited. Fishing.
You should have gone out and bought a yellow tie on Amazon like me and Chris did.
Yeah. It's ironic, isn't it? That I bought 2 of the ties on display here on Amazon yesterday, and I haven't got the yellow bloody tie.
The colour of Gary's tie is debatable.
This is mustard. I know that. This is mustard. Any reason for the yellow ties, Blake? Who wants to pick up on that?
It's transfer deadline day.
It's transfer deadline day. You've got to have a yellow tie on transfer deadline.
Blake, Google transfer deadline day yellow tie. This is why we've even changed the graphics and things to yellow as well. We wanted to make it feel as much like a transfer deadline day as possible. We are coming up to and we are passing 11 o'clock. So, first of all, I just want to say thank you to Chris, Charlie and Ben, not particularly in that order. Please don't think that. Gentlemen, I'll do a little closing piece in a minute, so I'll bid you all goodbye in a minute. But thank you all for being a part of this. And I'll chat to you very briefly off air.
Cheers.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Williams.
Really enjoyed it.
So that's that, ladies and gentlemen. Transfer deadline day. Done and dusted. We are still expecting a signing. It won't be until after 11 o'clock. And there's not point in hanging on. We haven't got confirmation of what sort of time that's going to be. So we don't want to keep you up any longer. The signing has happened. It's Conor McGrandles, Alicia Huey recalled and gone back out on loan. That's all that's happened. 2 transfers. 4 hours we've spun this out for. 4 hours. It's like that thing with Ricky Gervais, isn't it? Oh God, it's the first award. Seriously, the only reason that these sort of things work are you guys. 500 people were watching. We've told you for the last 20 minutes there's nothing more happening, and there's still 213 people watching. Thank you from the bottom of my heart and from on behalf of the whole team. If you didn't watch, we wouldn't get an opportunity to interview Jez and Liam and Connor. It was my dream as a kid always to be involved in media, and I wanted to be a massive part of Lincoln City Football Club, and this sort of thing is an absolute dream. So thank you everybody for watching. I am going to have to ask you all to leave now. This is kicking out time. We've been the Stacey West podcast. We will be back on another transfer deadline day. I'm not sure how we're going to link this up to a podcast, but in the meantime, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you very much. And up the Imps.